Hello everyone, welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, negotiations were had. The Tau were all too happy to just leave, and you basically gave them everything they wanted.
When you phrase it like that.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was a rare instance of diplomacy where everyone's goals were perfectly aligned.
Holy fucking shit.
It was very nice. I'm shocked nobody pulled any cards out of their ass out of nowhere that took us all by surprise and made it all break down.
I think we might be the best diplomats in the entire fucking Gothic sector.
In the entire Imperium, yes.
I don't know, Gilma seems to have his way with the ladies.
Gilliman's in a
asleep.
fucking life support machine right now. He doesn't count yet.
Okay, when he comes out.
Yeah, look. My charm rating isn't going to compare to fucking rowboats, but until he gets here, I'm basically the best.
Basically.
When a rowboat finally wakes up, we'll get to see what Half-Elder look like.
Mm-hmm. Sure you will. Sure you will. Yeah. Also, already did the warp travel rolls. It's literally just going to be 2 days and then you arrive. But it is still 2 days that you have split the warband with giving Amelie over to the Tau and getting in exchange their ground forces commander, Captain Endeavour.
That's gonna be fucking awkward.
Yeah, gonna come out the other side with all of the Tau all muscly, oiled up, and having turned their pulse rifles into swords.
Don't you dare put that image in my head. Ah.
The Farside Enclave would like to have your number.
No, I'd like to have its number.
It's just like, don't worry, they're bad at melee. Meanwhile, the Farside Enclave, lift, brother, lift.
Oh, and with the new Tau Codex, they have finished development of the Onager Gauntlet. It's no longer a prototype. It's a regular weapon that battlesuits can have. Just a giant fucking plasma power fist.
Oh god, yes.
Tau can melee now.
Excellent. Now that's character development right there.
Yes.
Still, not really as useful as, like, just a fusion blaster.
Well, then again, the melee is secondary, but at the same time, they went from you spend points to it to it comes in automatic. Also, like that, they do range stuff. So why would they want to anyway?
Yeah. So. I guess it is up to you as to how much effort you are going to put into trying to befriend Endeavour and get her talking, or are you just going to have her in her quarters being awkward?
Well, I don't know, Captain. I feel like we should try giving quote-unquote peace a chance if there is even a remote chance of us using him as a buffer.
Well, yes, that is something of the point of us having them here, isn't it?
Okay, it's good to know. That is what we're doing now. Let me put away my stims and get my tranks.
You know what? I think. Yeah, sure. I'm up for me and Laura. So me meeting the Tau commander. I'm sure those two will have a lot to talk about.
I will be very civil.
Now, Narcy, before we get get into a room with Endeavor, so hypothetically speaking, what do you think the odds are we're going to be able to milk any useful information out of her? Say about, I don't know, a certain warp gate or Tau scout ships in the nebula.
Uh, very unlikely, because us. She's gonna pick up on the fact that we're trying to milk information from her if we mention it.
Of course, of course.
They have
So,
been fighting the locals long enough to know that we shouldn't have this kind of information.
of course. So, if hypothetically speaking, one of us were to drop a name like, I don't know, Cyclothroth, and see if that gets any kind of reaction, I would hope everyone would be very much so looking at the face for any sort of reaction.
I am very attentive when it comes to that. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Narcy, did you ever finish that report on the Gothic War I asked you to put together?
I haven't worked on it yet.
Fair enough. Just helping these Tau to understand what it is that's about to come crashing up their collective assholes might be useful.
Well then,
I'm sure you can do
I
a
guess I got a
perfectly
little
good
bit of work.
job explaining it to her yourself, though.
I'll try to find a way to explain it to her to make it seem more like a. What's the right word for it? Make it seem less magic?
Well, of
Make
course,
it seem more
after all,
physical.
Abaddon and all his followers are just a rogue Imperial faction that are even more omnicidal than we are.
Yes, and have a fetish for spikes.
Yes, and torture and rape and everything else.
We do those too, to be fair.
All right.
Nod.
As far as I'm concerned, anything bad the Imperium's done, we're just going to blame on an ultranationalist faction that's in control of the government and pretend we're not involved. Which, sort of true, really, but still.
That is going to be remarkably easy, I think.
Yes.
It's not like they're pretending to be good guys. I mean, we're not pretending to be particularly gentle either, but they kind of blow us out of the water.
I'm a good guy. I don't know what you're talking about.
You are actually the nicest sister about anything I'll ever get to see in my lifetime. We're talking about Imperials here in general.
Fair enough.
We are very much in the habit of shooting first and asking questions later. And if we're asking questions, that means we're just aiming that shot.
Hmm. It is true. So, shall we, everyone? Let's have a nice meal with the commander and see what See what happens. Yeah, sometime on the first day of warp travel, Juno will invite the commander up to dine with the captain and bridge crew. I'll make sure we have some
All right.
Tau edible food prepared.
Yes. In fact, when you were negotiating as to having an honoured guest exchange, one of the things the Watercast would have done would be give you a list of things that are okay to eat, and also just a couple of crates of Tau military rations for you to use. They appear to be heavy on rice and fruits. No meat.
God, they have rice?
Blue rice.
This
Also
must be some
white
kind
rice.
of delicacy. Have enough
No,
or grow
no.
rice.
It's not a delicacy, it's Meal Plan 6.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sure our chef can whip something up if he's got a list of what's edible for them or not.
Well, I think this is enough. This is delicate enough to circumvent the cook and put one of our party members on it.
Oh, well, alright, go Narcia.
Look, I promise I'm not gonna poison them.
Not
I'm
intentionally.
not intentionally. I've never poisoned anyone intentionally with my cooking.
Yeah, not intentionally.
Look, I'll even eat some myself, okay?
Alright. And now, here's the big question. Are you going to serve it in accordance with Tau formal tradition?
I would like to try to.
Alright. Would you like to give me a forbidden law Tau to work out how to arrange things for that?
I have
would
a rank
love
of that
to.
now, so I will help.
Oh, that means that would be up to 100. Holy shit.
Oh, I'm about to say I Forbidden Lord Tau. I also have that.
Excellent.
Surprise, surprise.
So 7 DOS. We
Just
performed
drag
the
you
tea
both
ceremony.
into the kitchen. Drag you both into the kitchen, start meticulously preparing my plan for this wonderful dinner. I'm not even bothering with the next PowerPoint presentation about the Spiky Boys. No. Everything is focused on how we're gonna make this dinner special.
So the best way to do this to make her comfortable is to serve it buffet style and arrange things so that there are 8 different types of meal you can have. You start at the base of the buffet, you pick one of 8 things, and that is the foundation of your meal. You then proceed 8 dishes to the right, take the next thing, and you go on so forth. The responsibility of the host is to make sure things are properly assigned so that every 8 places there is a foodstuff that is tasty and good and goes together with all of the things 8 places before it.
Of course, the drinks will have to be arranged alongside with the food.
Mm-hmm.
Do Talvin have wine?
Not wine as you would know it, but yes, they do have alcoholic spirits.
Well, perhaps in the name of cultural exchange, we should assuming it's safe for her, give her something out of the Vigil's wine stash.
Mm-hmm. And hope she takes a liking to it. Drunk people tend to speak a lot more.
Right? Sounds like a plan.
I hope I can restrain myself before I drink it all. Contemplates pretending to stab herself.
Look, Commander, I can make this chopstick disappear.
I can do that too.
Wait, no.
Ah, it's fine. My entire face is augmented. I'm probably not even gonna feel it. Look, I can
God.
take all the skin off my face and put it back on.
Wait, no. Take all the skin off of your face and put it on Ceiko's face.
No, it's mine. Seeker should get his own face.
You really should.
We did.
Give one that's
Exactly.
kissable.
Look, he doesn't need my face.
Look, if I wanted one that was kissable, I would have gotten one that's kissable.
Imagine in the sexy Squidward. You know that one I'm thinking of?
Yeah,
Yes.
Of course I do.
Yes.
Ceiko wanted one that was terrifying.
Mhm. It is also kissable if you don't mind the occasional rivet.
Well, it's a good thing his waifu is into that.
Clearly.
Yeah, can get everything arranged for a meal, and yes, it would be dreadfully rude to refuse. Endeavour will attend. She isn't clad in her full stealth armor. That would be really impolite as well. But you'll notice she isn't in the ordinary uniform as you've seen other members of the Farcast wear when, for instance, when you have been boarding their ships and murdering them in their sleep. She is in a power frame assisted bodysuit.
Oh, God. It's gorgeous. How the rest of us are gonna dress for this special occasion? That's the one thing I didn't think about. Juno has her dress.
I think Baltus might have some military, some like fancy European, the military S clothes.
Okay, I see. We're going
Juno's got a
straight
dress
laced in
uniform.
this. Going, fucking dressing up like officers. Okay, that works. You can put one of those nice navy blue uniforms on. Fancy enough for the occasion.
Everyone has
I
their uniform.
could show up in my red Mechanicus robes, but I don't think it would be a good idea.
Please no.
Good.
So yeah, I'm just gonna put on my navy blues. Don't ask where I got them from. I can be very resourceful.
You aren't wearing your black and silver Deathwatch cosplay?
That's only for when I'm pretending to be sneaky. Only on top secret infiltration missions, I know I'm gonna get my cover blown out in the first 5 seconds. Like, I want to dress so obviously as an Inquisitor. No one is gonna believe I'm actually an Inquisitor. since this is not an infiltration mission, no. Yeah, because Juno is a captain.
Yeah. Now, should I have brought Mora into here?
Entirely up to you guys if you want to bring +1s.
If you think Moira can handle the person that invented her planet without starting a fist fight, yeah, absolutely. I think she would be a wonderful addition to the table.
To be fair, because of Endeavor, Moira became the sole monarch of her planet, so...
Yeah, actually. They'd have a great talk. They'd have a great laugh about that.
Yeah, I'm
Still
sure.
can't hear Moira without thinking about the Arc Gremlin.
Yep.
This is a fancy dinner party. We couldn't possibly let Moira out of it.
Yeah, I'll bring her in.
Oh
I'll
my
see where
god.
this goes.
Excellent. Unfortunately, Renaud is not invited. Art Kremlin.
I am disappointed she didn't get in that one on that.
That would have been quite funny. She gets nervous and retreats into her shell and starts drawing anime on a little notepad.
God, soothsaying.
Oh no.
Yes.
Reinforcing all the stereotypes.
Yes. No, it's the party game version. I'm sorry.
Okay, the party game version, that's fine. I mean, who knows? Maybe she'll be actually interested in the whole soothsaying thing.
Like, I don't... Oh, actually, I do have some in the divination, but not...
She might be actually, yeah, why not? Tell me about my future, Baltus. We'll see. We'll see how this dinner goes.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like, that is actually the one trait I have.
I do actually really like the idea, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna introduce you to like a party. Like, it's literally like what the basic Imperium does for a party game. Like, it's Victorian era London. Like, we'll talk to ghosts.
If she was physically capable of rolling her eyes into her skull, she'd probably try. But it would be rude to refuse us altogether, or to tell us that we are superstitious and idiots to our faces.
Actually, no, wait, this is perfect.
Yeah, it is
All the
perfect.
Tau think that we're super superstitious, but if we play this off like it's just a party game, she might go, wait, oh, we've got them all wrong.
Yeah.
Only the peasantry is retarded.
Yeah, basically.
Don't know how Moro will take this, but
Well, up to you.
well,
But
we'll see.
We'll see how that goes when we get to the party. So yeah, once she arrives, Juno will give her winningest smile and say, Captain Endeavor, thank you so much for joining us.
No. Captain Dandrick, I must thank you for being willing to include me in this.
It's our pleasure. We don't have an expert in Tau cuisine aboard, but I hope we've done some small justice to it. She'll sweep a hand towards the buffet.
Even just the attempt warms my heart, but I must say I see nothing that would not be fit to grace the tables of the esteemed Arm.
I'm glad to hear it. Please come in, help yourself. Everyone? She'll sort of wave the group in towards the buffet.
She will happily take a plate and start serving herself.
And I will join her because we didn't prepare this table for nothing.
Yeah.
Time for us to taste some fucking Tao cuisine, boys.
Sure, Baltus is in for it. He will guide Mora in first in front of him.
Of course.
Yeah. Just realized I think I'm the only male in this room.
Augie will be here.
Only because you can't see Ceiko.
Ceiko is too well hidden.
I like the arrow at Captain Endeavor.
Huh?
She looks so uncomfortable there, which is good. She should be.
She looks
I was just-
uncomfortable and done with this shit.
I was just playing with my mouse because I have ADHD.
It's just awkward timing is all. Like, I'm the only man here, points to Endeavor. Like, rude.
Wait, I thought Endeavor was a woman this whole time.
She is.
Ladies, I'm
Like-
shaken, but you know,
That
wink, wink, nuts, nuts.
was out of character.
I know. Like, it's funny.
Technically speaking, the arrow was pointing away from Endeavor the whole time, but it was right on.
Sorry, I'm just very quickly in the background drawing a thing out so we can actually,
In case we have a shootout.
yeah. It would not go well as she has at most like a pulse pistol.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Listen, if it comes to a fight, we just have the two disabled women duke it out. It'll be great.
Oh god. If it comes to a fight, Baltus, roll doubles.
Just brain melt a gun her right in the face.
Honestly, I don't think she'll live long enough.
Probably not. I mean, to be fair, we left the two combat characters out. It's well, there's
Have you
Ceiko,
not
but he's
seen
the
Moira's
sniper.
stats?
No, I haven't.
Have you
That's
Oh,
not?
right. Never mind. We have Moira here. It's fine. We're all gonna be fine. I was gonna say, aside from the sniper, it's just fucking all the social characters. But no, it's fine. We have Moira.
Mora breaks hand on.
Yeah, Moira is here.
Yeah.
Just fucking snap her like a twig. Jesus.
Moira just picks Endeavor up, breaks over knee.
I mean, that is certainly a thing that could happen.
Hopefully, it will not.
Yes. Wow. Yeah. How many people are here again? Sorry.
The Warband minus Eloa and Amy, Moira, Augie, and Ceiko, did you want to bring Sadra?
Is there any reason? Well, is there a reason not to?
No.
And she might
Then I'll
have
bring
a
Sadra.
personal disdain for the Xenos. She might not want to be in the same room with them.
She's from
She wants
Team
to come. She can
Mayror.
come.
Exactly. I said may. Probably not, but may. Team Mayor is very flexible.
It's true.
I assume Jeff is with Amy, otherwise he would also be invited.
Yeah, he's probably gone with her.
Oh, brave lad.
I mean, someone needs to make sure she doesn't actually seduce Fatau to great and glorious melee combat.
Or break any of their bones accidentally while demonstrating a technique.
It's true. We really don't want Amy teaching the Tau how to be ninjas. That net loss for us.
I mean, I might still by accident. They're the one. I'm the one who they want to learn ninja skills from.
Yeah, they learn how to hide from you. They learn how to stab from Amy. They become unstoppable.
I don't want to stab though.
Oh god.
So, including Endeavour, that's 8 people, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Excellent. Just need to make sure, I have the correct number of chairs at the table.
Boops doesn't need a chair, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's funny
that
to
is
me
fair
that
point.
because you know, Boops was the name of one of Anna's tentacles. She had 20 of them in a name, so she had a lot of names.
Jingles, jangles. And the lewdest of all was Theory.
Miss Anna.
Good quality luxury accommodations.
Yes. Our ship may be smaller than Augie's, but ours is much fancier.
Not that much fancier.
I don't see any GQ components on his ship. Cheap bastard.
He doesn't have enough money.
Exactly.
I mean,
I mean, also
he-
we sacrificed. Go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, he did have to, spend a lot of his money on retrofitting it to just add an entire new weapon mounting.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm sure Felix has appreciated having lances on his ship and being able to actually fight effectively.
Yes.
I, meanwhile, spent all of my money getting a football-sized waterbed, so, priorities.
We're such nice inquisitors.
We are. I was reading the Mark of Faith novel recently, and it's horrifying.
Yeah,
I'm
fucking.
not familiar with that one.
It's, I think, fairly new. It's Adeptus Sororitas gets a vision of St. Catherine's shield and has to go through the Great Rift to go find the thing. And
The moment you said faith, I thought it would be something about sororitas, and they are pretty homicidal.
yeah, actually, the Sororitas is the nice one. It's the Inquisitor who's fucking brutal as shit. Every time her crew fights anything warp related, she just scrubs their mind and watches as they scream.
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. At least he's not just like putting a bolt through their head.
Yeah, that's
Like-
what the Sororitas do.
Yeah.
They purge their entire ship.
That must take a lot of flamer fuel.
Yes. It's okay, the demons killed like half of them on the first go around anyway.
Yeah. Once again, oh, wait, Gellerfields, do we need those? Not this time.
It's fine. Just
God,
like the
no.
Navigator didn't need her eyes. It's fine.
Yes. At least they got rid of the lore where people don't die in the warp at all. That was horrifying.
That would be horrifying. You just turn into a warp zombie, or
That's sort of what I got, because the only description was like a navigator was like ranting and raving, so they shot him, but his mouth kept moving, like his tongue kept flapping around, trying to talk, trying to scream.
I have no
Wow.
lungs, but I must scream.
I forget which book that was in, but
You can't die in the warp scene. It's awfully counterproductive for the warp denizens.
Yes. And awful and horrible.
Yes, so really everybody loses. So I'm surprised they didn't keep that as the canon.
that does explain people that live like unbelievably long times just because they spend so much time in the warp, like even on a ship.
I think that's mostly just time dilation and losing time in the warp. Although I suppose, like, entropy refusing to set in the warp would explain space hulks quite a bit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There is a just there are Chaos Marines who have actually just been fully aware the entire 10,000 years, and some that have been aware for 100,000 years, just getting very grumpy.
It's timey-wimey, wibbly nonsense.
And that's just the warp in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Let's put together a little dining room thing.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, excellent. Is that mahogany?
Yes.
I said
Oh
good
my
quality
God.
luxury quarters, goddammit.
Holy fucking shit.
Where are we? I can't see anything. Thank you.
What did it say?
Yes. Everyone has collected some food. You can gather around the table. I assumed the seating plan.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah, that's good.
All the couples are together, so that's fine.
All of them.
I mean, the 3 couples that are here, then you're over there with Captain Endeavor anyway.
No, like,
Exactly.
as was said, all the couples are here.
I'm glad you picked up on that. Oh God.
If you fuck Endeavor,
You
though,
guys
I
said
am
all the
space
couples are
locking you.
together.
Right in the warp.
If I fucking Endeavor, I deserve to be space locked. But wait, Captain, this is an essential intel gathering procedure. Yeah.
Explain it to the Emperor.
Well, it was green, and then a lot of it got tyrannided, and now a lot of it has been plague marined.
Yeah, but at this point in time, it should still be green.
Mm-hmm. Well, it has already been tyrannided.
Has it?
Yeah, that was like 100 years
the
ago.
first tyrannic war ended at Macragge.
Well, that was also long enough that they've probably, replanted by now.
Yeah, especially since the Tyrannids didn't finish eating.
Yeah.
Horrid ecological scars, but,
It's
plant a tree to save a tree.
Plant a tree to feed a Tyrannid.
And you also gotta stop the other trees from eating the native wildlife.
I mean, to be fair, on most Imperial planets, the native wildlife is just orcs anyway at this point, so, eh.
Oh god, you're right.
Do like the Ghost's homeworld had migrating trees, which is a really cool concept and also horrifying.
Migrating mulberry tree. Something I remember from Camp Laszlo.
Shame the planet is fucking burned.
Anywho.
Like, literally at the start of the book.
Yes.
So, Captain Endeavor, tell us something about yourself. I admit we're relatively recently arrived in the region. We haven't had a chance to hear about many of your exploits.
Ah. I cannot say that you would be pleased by most of my recent exploits. It seems improper to tell you tales of the war we are fighting against each other. But perhaps I can tell you of a battle I fought before the Great Odyssey here.
Please.
That would indeed be a very good idea. Did it involve orcs?
Only at the very end.
Oh.
The majority of that conflict was fought against the endless hunger. I believe you know them as the Tyrannid.
Juno twitches.
Yes, indeed. That's what we know them as, and they are horrifying.
There is truth in that. You need not tell me of their monstrosity. I have seen it with my own eyes. And had the fortune to be part of a great effort in stopping their jaws from closing around one of our worlds.
We have not had the honor of facing the Tyranids yet,
Alas.
but our captain there is, I bet, very excited to hear more about that.
It is no great honor to fight them. Your lives saved by fighting them. There is honor there, but the process is... It is dull and repetitive. The Tyrannid is not a creature that bothers to learn. It has enough. There are enough of them that they can just keep on coming, doing the exact same thing. Even when you kill 1,000,000 of them, there are still more just coming, and now you are tired and cold and down to your last magazine of ammunition.
I can imagine that. I've heard similar stories from the orcs, but orcs at least occasionally change up their tactics. Granted, most of the change of their tactics are not particularly successful. But they usually try to get creative. Like, at some point, when they see that your fortification is too strong for them to just rush from the front, they're gonna start throwing smaller orcs at you. From a catapult, strapped with explosives.
Ah, I have not had the displeasure of having a small orc thrown at me. I have had them throw a smaller fortification, though.
That is something they also do. Do they have rockets on the back?
Not on the back, on the top.
Oh, they
It
try to
look-
rock you guys.
No. It was not one of their grand landing rocks. It was a little scrap heap fortress that they built a giant catapult slingshot around. And then at the apex of its trajectory, it fired rockets on top of it to add extra force when it landed.
Yeah, no, that sounds 100% orchid to me. God. The, the, the most surprising part is that they were still orcs after the Tyranids.
Oh, it was intentional that there would be orcs there. He bloodied the Tyranid and redirected it into a number of orcs. Oh, not as many orcs as we actually got. More of them arrived as soon as they realized. Yeah, as soon as they realized there was a. She holds her hands up to air quote. Good fight.
Yeah, I imagine them shooting Tyranids must have gone pretty dull for them as well. The weird thing with them, they don't really care about achieving much in their life. They just want to get from one fight to the other.
Well, there's no shortage of fights with the Tyranid.
Yeah, but as Endeavor said, it would get repetitive for them after a while. Meaning that they would eventually redirect their boys at a newer, more exciting threat. Orcs are like that. They just really like fighting for the sake of fighting. Which reminds me, would be an excellent opportunity to serve ourselves round number 1. Don't want the food to get too cold.
Oh, 2, but unless we count the first one as 0.
I usually do. Don't look at me like that.
I'm not looking at you anyway, Narcia. I'll smile.
Yeah, you do. Anyways, what direction were those Tyranids coming from? Is there any possibility we're gonna have to face them in this particular sector? Because I'm not a very big fan of them. I can deal with orcs. I cannot deal with Tyranids.
No, this was before Odyssey here.
Oh, okay, that's good. Whew. that's very relieving. Thank you, Dever.
Yes, aside from the occasional splinter fleet, I've come to understand that almost all of the Tyranids are still in the Galactic East. Shame, I
Well,
seem to have
our
found
East at
myself
least.
on the wrong side of the galaxy, but alas.
I have heard there are incursions in a neighboring how do you call them? Sectors.
Oh?
Your machine world of Lucius, no?
I hadn't heard that had come under Tyranid attack. Oh dear. Probably Balti and Augie can both see Juno's fist slowly clenching in her lap.
Well, at least those particular types of worlds are probably the most hostile thing for Tyranids. Because most of the locals try to replace themselves with as much metal as possible, so not much food for them there. But that is still very concerning.
I can understand why it would be, but if there is one time where the inhumanity of your machine cult would be appropriate, it would be in facing the Devourer.
Indeed.
You imagine the kind of things that have driven us to create such measures.
I can imagine a great many things, but there is a point where one must look and say, is this worth it? There are some lines, but it is better to die before crossing.
I don't necessarily disagree. Though, you must understand they at least have their reasons. Your drones, I understand they have an animal level of intelligence, yes?
It varies dependent on model, but the majority, yes, they are comparable to, I believe you have hunting dogs.
Somewhere in the background,
Yeah.
Grim barks. Yes, well, long, long ago, humans also had thinking machines like them, and left to their own devices, those humans continued to improve and improve on their designs until the machines were not just as smart, but far, far smarter than any human or Tau or even Eldar could ever be. They thought at the speed of light and could process a world's information in a second. And then they turned on us, nearly wiped us out. After that, it was decreed by those few who survived that there would be no more thinking machines, that only the human brain would be allowed to process our information and control our machines. And so you have this inhumanity we've been saddled with.
I must admit it sounds improbable. Why would they turn against you, sir, just because they were intelligent?
Not because they were intelligent. The intelligence enabled them to nearly win. What turned them against us, we don't rightly know. Perhaps a virus of some kind, or they simply achieved some degree of sentience and realized that they were slaves to lesser beings. She'll sweep her hand around the table. Unfortunately, as far as I know, none were captured alive, nor did they deliver ultimatums to our ancestors. They just turned and killed their way across the galaxy.
Hmm. Strange. But I cannot claim a greater knowledge of your people's history than yourself. I will accept what you say, though it makes little sense to me.
Well, the story, the rise of the machines, is slightly more complicated than that, but our records are pretty traumatizing. Not gonna lie, those details would absolutely spoil our appetite. Well, it doesn't spoil my appetite.
Very well. I shall not push. And if, well, regardless of the detail, having such a trauma in your past, having such a trauma in your culture, I can understand why you would do as you do instead.
Of course, you do not approve, nor would I expect others to. Indeed, many of us wish that there were a better way, but the trauma is there, and, well, if you've learned nothing about human, you know that we have a certain religious dogmaticism to us.
Yes. It is one of the most endearing and infuriating parts of you. Your determination in your own righteousness. If she smiles slightly, I would appreciate it more if it were less often to the exclusion of all others' righteousness.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
I wish there were more souls like us in the Imperium that were more ready to accept those beyond our borders. Or indeed just different thought within. But that is what we are here to try and prove, that we need not fear and loathe all that is different from us.
only the things that are actively trying to eat us.
Oh yes, fear and loathe the Tyranid, absolutely. But the things that have a soul worth seeing.
It is a noble goal. I am pleased to be able to contribute toward it.
Indeed, it's my great hope that, at least in this, our Imperium's greater good and that of Tau are aligned.
There are dark days ahead of us. Dark days indeed. Are the Tao familiar at all with, how could I translate this?
Chaos. Capital C.
Really don't like saying that. But yes, I guess they do call themselves Chaos. Like the edgelords they are.
Yes. The faith of supremacy of the self, the elevation of desire and self gratification over the good of others.
Oh, so you've seen the spiky ones. Really should stop calling them that.
Nice. The mercenaries that are employed on the southern side of this sector, they keep to a variant of that belief system. For we have insisted that they do not indulge with the most extreme of those practices.
Yes, the Militum Nox, they may present that they follow a variant of that creed, but I was there and I earned this. She'll tap her blindfold. When they and their warlord attempted to sacrifice a whole planet to their dark faith.
And almost kinda succeeded. From what I've heard, they were pretty far ahead in that whole process.
We're lucky we saved half of it.
Well, I am glad I did not meet them in those days. They have been willing to accept that they may not sacrifice anyone who is not willingly offering their life. We do not object to them killing each other if they believe that is the will of their powers, but to kill outside of their cult, we punished that with death in the early days, and they have since ceased.
I'm surprised you were able to talk any kind of reason into them.
Yeah, they're very... Okay, now, I know what I'm gonna say is gonna sound pretty ridiculous, because I'm gonna say they're pretty unreasonable, and then you're gonna think to yourself, we are not exactly the most reasonable people ourselves. You'd be correct, but they have a completely different level of unreasonableness.
You are correct in that I think you are more comparable than you admit. They call their objects of worship the dark powers rather than the God Emperor. But at least in the case of the Nox, their only sin in comparison to you is they are less efficient on it.
That's at least a small
Me.
comfort.
Correct me if I am wrong, but is it not the case that each day 1,000 of your citizens are bled upon the altar of your God Emperor, your Sept of Terra?
So, Factually, yes, it's true, but it should be noted that the people who are taken there are individuals who would invariably die anyway, and their last days are given purpose. They're used to support a life support machine that helps to keep our Imperium functioning on a very basic level. But even if they were not sacrificed, they would die, and many of them would take others with them. I assume you're familiar with our psychers, right? You understand that there are some humans with extrasensory powers.
Connections to an mental connection to an alternate dimension that allows them to, in some way, breach the normal thermodynamic principles.
Right, pretty much.
Yes.
Juno will snap her fingers and conjure a little ball of light. The ability for some humans to control their powers is, well, it's variable from person to person. Baltus here is a tremendous degree of control over it, but many, in fact, I would say most, will never achieve any degree of control. They'll burn themselves out and potentially explode. They'll take out a city block or more, a shock wave or worse. And so those people are euthanized, basically. It's not, there's no positive spin on it, but they are killed to prevent the deaths of countless others.
I can understand euthanasia. Uh, mm, It. I am not familiar enough with transdimensional theory to grasp how their death helps power a life support machine.
So, the Emperor of Mankind is the most powerful psyker who has ever lived. By far, that's, well, how he got the title. He used his gifts to unify the human race under his banner. But many thousands of years ago, he was betrayed by his son and mortally wounded, and since then he has retreated onto this support machine, the Golden Throne, and he uses his psychic power to light a device called the Astronomicon, which all of our ships throughout the entire Imperium use to navigate, basically. Without it, we wouldn't be able to achieve the speeds that we do.
Fixed point navigation, yes. This makes sense.
Correct, but the machine that both powers the Astronomicon and provides the Emperor's life support, it's a psychic device, and it requires a tremendous amount of power. Even the Emperor would probably burn out without additional power, so those psychers who pose a danger to others are used to feed the machine.
Who knows? Maybe he wouldn't if it wasn't for Horus.
Well, yes, if the traitors hadn't damaged Terra and nearly murdered the Emperor, then things would be very, very different in this day and age, but alas.
This is. I confess, my initial reaction is that this is an inefficiently designed machine.
You're
But
not wrong.
if it is repurposed because it's due to sabotage by Horus, then I suppose I cannot fault you for things that were not of your control.
Indeed, if Horus had not attacked Terra and mortally wounded the Emperor, he could, I'm sure, sit the throne at his will and project his light through space, but now he lacks the strength on his own, and the machine is damaged. And unfortunately, I suppose he's the only person who knew how it worked. The machine cult, at least, doesn't understand it.
I suspect even if they did, they would not be able to have performed the necessary repairs without removing your Emperor. And if he is the only one able to power your astronomical, such would be obviously unacceptable, even notwithstanding your religious devotion in him.
Precisely. So, as is the case over and over in human history, we are forced to make do with what we have, even if it is a lesser version than what we had in the past, or were promised in days gone by.
Very well. And I withdraw my comment on those sacrifices being equivalent. I'm distasteful, that is. I am sure there are many matters of my culture you would find distasteful. Necessity is as necessity does.
Indeed, and especially where we're from on the east, that necessity is only growing more dire every year.
However, I must still say the many other forms of ritual sacrifice you perform, those I still do not understand. I believe it. Please inform me if this is incorrect. I would be happy to hear that. But when I have previously asked your technicians, they proclaim it is so with great fervor and eagerness. Do you actually use the blood of innocents to consecrate and bless your armors?
Oh God.
Juno sort of
That-
scrunch her face.
Juno. Where do you even hear that story from?
The first time I heard it was from one of the
The Nox.
yes, one of their honor guards. He had he had cut the back of his wrist and was anointing his rifle with his blood. I asked him why. He told me that blooding the weapon creates, empowers it with the cause for which the blood is given. That he, as a mighty warrior, would gain greater strength, and that many human cultures do this. that the Sisterhood of Battle do this with the blood of babes.
Oh no, that is not true.
Oh, Lord.
Okay,
I mean,
so first of all, that blooding your Juno's gonna take her gauntlet off, or I guess next she's not wearing her power armor. She'll just take her like silk glove off and show the palms of her hands, which still have those nasty scars over them from Mayor's ritual. So, in Imperial faith magic, yes, blood does play a part. In my case, Juno will again sort of roll that little ball of holy light in her hand. The psychic energy can be used for certain ameliorative properties. For example, if a wavel for a moment, how to phrase it. If a deleterious psychic phenomenon occurs, a proper consecration using psychic blood can be used to purge it, but murdering people, especially babies, to anoint armor, that doesn't do anything. There's a horrible story that went around for a long while about an order of knights that massacred a whole order of the sisterhood to use their blood to consecrate their armor, but that's just not true.
I would also like to add to this discussion that, well, yes, we do occasionally have a blood rite or two thrown in there. The so-called chaos and their little dark powers, they have an entire sect that is just fanatically obsessed with blood and the shedding of blood, and it's just everything they do is revolved around blood and skulls. They are the maniacs that'll go around and start bleeding people to death. We are the maniacs that occasionally, like once per planetary rotation, have a ceremony that makes you cut your wrist and pour it in a little goblet while chanting over it.
So, as I said this, I first heard this from Vinox. I am glad that no small part of it was exaggeration, but I have since spoken to your tech priests. They tell me your bolter shells, that the ones they make for the space marines, those contain a holy man's bone.
Oh yes, after you die, certain holy men's bones and artifacts are considered relics of the faith, and it's considered a great honor to have your remains used in such a way to confer your eternal soul's blessing on a weapon or piece of technology. But again, I stress that's after you died.
She looks visibly relieved. That is something that they could have clarified.
You would
But
think.
where would be the fun in that?
Yes.
Oh, the way they made it sound, it was like they were grabbing priests off the street and butchering them to make your ammunition.
If that was the case, I think we'd run out of priests quite quickly. No one would want to take up the cloth.
If one of them dared put his hands on a priest, there would be riots. The locals tend to be very protective of their clergy. Well, some locals, anyways, not all of them. But the reason why they said it that way is because our tech priests are not particularly sociable people. One thing you'll find very consistent amongst all of them is that they don't have people skills. They're not good at talking, and that's on purpose. They think human interaction is illogical in a sense. People that speak and act in those very human ways are inherently inferior, and that you should always strive and aspire for the logic and cold calculation of a machine.
That all breaks away, of course, as soon as they see a toaster, and then they're all giggling schoolgirls again, but that's the philosophy anyway.
A plasma toaster, yes, absolutely. Have you seen those things?
Uh, yes, I had noticed lack they lack any graces, even those that well, and that they seem to attempt to suppress their emotions. I believe. Well, that is not a topic for the dinner table.
It's kinda not, but with all the difficulties that the Imperium faces, the coldness and calculation of a machine might be the only thing that lets you live through the day. And you see it as a blessing. Including me. I actually really, really, really see it as a blessing, but I realize it's not very healthy for a society to just, or affordable for a society to just turn everyone to a cyborg.
There are times and places for analytical decisions and mental discipline. It is never good to do such all of the time.
Indeed. But that is the inscrutable philosophy of the machine cult. I can safely say I will happily choose my human emotions over carving out a piece of my brain, even if that means I'll be blind for the rest of my life.
Captain, as someone that has carved multiple pieces of their brain out, it's not that bad.
Okay. If you're the one saying it, then it's one of it. It is not just pieces. I have seen autopsies of some of them. One did not actually have any brain left. Just, well, except where, just at the back, where the spine normally attaches. That was the only human piece left inside his head.
Hmm,
Is that a servitor?
lucky him.
Oh, he was a,
Skitari?
I believe he was what you call a magos.
Ah, yes, Magus. It makes sense. No one else would afford to get that many cybernetics.
I was under the impression half your brain was the limit.
No, it's the the true goal of any member of the priesthood is to just completely do away with all their flesh and ascend as a machine. You're immortal, you no longer need to sleep or eat, and every decision you make is backed by cold, calculated logic. Pretty appealing to most of our everyone, really. If you live
But
in an imperial hive, that is absolutely a life goal.
but how does that confer with the uh, humanity part of the cult mechanicus?
Well, humanity is what happens when you don't have enough money and a strong enough manufacturing base to just become a cyborg, I guess.
Well, I
There's,
mean,
humanity is not
no.
necessary in their eyes.
What happens? I mean, what's the difference between just a really high advanced Magos and an abominable intelligence?
I
Well,
believe it is
Having a
the
soul.
continuity. Indeed, Baltus. You started human. You have a soul. You retain that soul even when much of your flesh is absent.
Hmm.
Only the Omnissiah himself can actually create a soul, according to the dogma. Correct, Narcia?
mm-hmm.
So, while a human can ascend to a machine, a human can never create a machine with a soul. The only way to have an ensouled machine intelligence is to begin organic.
The Baltus has never heard this. He's
We're all learning something new.
Mhm.
I am no ordained minister, but I do my reading. Please, Narcia, if I have something wrong, I welcome any corrections.
No, everything seems absolutely correct so far.
I'm curious, Endeavor, do your people have a concept of a soul and afterlife? I confess, Tau religion wasn't exactly in our briefings.
Uh, Give me a moment. I need to check, actually.
Oops.
That's a good question.
This may be something that GW never really clarified.
Do Tau believe in God? Or are they just age atheists like humanity always wanted to become?
I'm fairly certain they worship K marks.
In the distant past, yes, we held belief in life beyond life as a thing you actually experience. Oh, the truth of the world is made it clear that the only way one survives oneself is in the legacy they create. And the greatest legacies are those that form the greater good, that help everyone, make it so the world around you is a better place than when you found it.
See, that's what I've been saying. Most important thing we can
No,
do is to leave the world a better place for our children.
but as necessary would be, there are a lot of other people out there that rather prioritize little silly things like production quotas.
Aye. As for the matter of a soul, well, we have I do not think there is anything special about it, but we have seen evidence that we all leave a echo of ourselves in other dimensions, just as I have a physical body here. She wraps her chest. In the other worlds aligned with this, I have a presence there. And while some might call that a soul, it is still simply the self. Having the word soul is useful to distinguish it, but it is nothing supernatural. It is simply what you are in non-physical worlds.
Ah, yes, that's... isn't that what we call the immaterium, the warp?
Technically speaking, that's where we are right now, but
Yeah, no, we have something very similar to that. It's just that our reflections happen to be a very, very destructive. Incredibly so. To be avoided at all costs.
Yes, I have heard of transdimensional life. I believe you term them. No. That is an impolite word to use among human company.
indeed.
Exactly.
I can safely say, having fought some such creatures, they are intrinsically hostile to all life in this dimension, whether you attribute it to any spiritual significance or not. Indeed, if we did not actively have a bubble of our native plane's energy surrounding us now, the ship would likely be torn apart.
Oh yes. You can just see her glance down at her legs. I am familiar with those dangers.
Ah, yes, the Leth incident. If you don't mind me asking, if it's not terribly classified, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of new technology involved there, but what did happen on your side?
No new technology. I will take it as a given that you understand the gravitic drives, at least enough about them.
Mm-hmm. Your drives only skim the warp, they don't actually dive into it.
They press against the dimensional boundary, and when reality reasserts itself, our vessels are rebounded ahead. In this case, the boundary gave further, and the proximity of the vessel overhead meant we had no choice but to attempt the transition inside the gravity well of the planet. That interfered with the with the pressure against the dimensional boundary, and it at least partly gave way.
Oh no.
It was only momentary. Vessel. The boundary reasserted itself, but in doing so, it was extremely violent. The ship was torn in half. The lower deck, where most of my hunter cadre was embarked, was opened to the void, and even on the upper deck, well, things crashed against themselves. Much was crushed, and I, unfortunately, did. Well, I was injured in that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Ah, it is of little matter. I can still fulfill my purpose, for it does mean I require a motive suit even when I am at rest.
Your tenacity is admirable, Captain.
Indeed.
I'm curious. You were the ones on that ship above. How did it look on your side?
Oh well, we also got sucked into the warp for a moment, and
Kind of.
we all had, well, how do I put this? Visions. We saw things. It was
Seemed like hallucinations, but having passed some time since, it seems we experienced some sort of chronological shift. Some of the events we saw had happened in the distant past, and some had yet to happen. Some of those that had yet have come to pass.
I got to see all my friends die and me getting hunted down by my own people. It was very lovely.
I saw myself at the bridge of our ship, looking over a vast Tau fleet, ships beyond counting.
That it almost sounds as if I had the better side of it.
I mean, if we want to get technical, I don't think any of us had anything even resembling a good side out of that mess. Okay, before we even got to land on the planet, an orc cleaved my face. Just this whole part of my face just completely caved in. I can actually take this face off.
Please don't.
Yeah, I'm not doing that on the dinner table, but it's very painful.
Meanwhile, I spent pretty much our entire stay on left on fire.
Literally.
Yes. Religious epiphany / extremely potent psychic phenomenon.
Yes, I saw drone footage of that. It looked quite unpleasant.
It actually felt like I was getting a hug the whole time. It was surprisingly lovely.
This is all very bizarre. I never expect us to just all get together around the table and have a talk about that.
Especially considering we thought you had died.
But it's a good thing you didn't. I
Indeed.
can't believe I'm saying that out loud.
Thank you.
We live in extraordinary times.
There is truth in that.
We can enjoy the quiet while it lasts. Because we'll be right back to shooting one another in, like, what, a week or so? Maybe 2 weeks? God,
Likely as not,
Captain?
but truth be told, and not to sound mercenary, but I was hoping that this exchange of prisoners could be a step towards some sort of peace accord. I
We need to somehow get everyone to stop shooting at each other because there are more threatening things, especially in this part of the galaxy, that we could both be focusing towards. But that's gonna be exceptionally hard to do.
I cannot speak as to Commander Wraithblade's overall strategies, but I am sure that he would have no interest in continuing unnecessary death.
I can safely say on behalf of Commander Wolf and those of us on the more moderate faction that we too would greatly prefer to put an end to this before the Tyranid or worse come knocking.
Orcs, chaos. Pick and choose.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, though, I expect that conditions for a lasting peace would not be acceptable to at least one side in this conflict.
We don't know what side that is. It's us. It is us.
Uh, yes, I I am glad you said it, but I cannot
Yeah.
pretend that the Empire is lesser in this. You would. Our goals do not depend upon your annihilation, as at least some of the goals of your Imperium depend upon ours. There is no point in claiming that we would not reject any truce that would permanently stop us from spreading the greater good.
Indeed, and similarly, I know that at least the ultranationalist factions would be keen to chop my head off if I attempted to go off and negotiate that you keep all the worlds that you've conquered here, but
I mean,
Still.
they don't even want us talking, right? The thing we're doing right now, that would be enough for them, some of them to at least advocate removing our heads.
Indeed, if it weren't for my partner's warrant of trade, we'd all be committing a terrible crime just by speaking plainly with one another.
All so uncivilized.
Hmm. But I am hopeful at least that something temporary can be worked out, if not lasting. As I've said, there are greater threats in the galaxy that I would much rather the Imperium spend its manpower on than a threat that we can actually speak with.
She nods. Yes. If there is a pressing threat, then a truce to deal with that, I think we could accept at least.
Hmm. Tell me, are you familiar with the Eye of Terror?
Mm.
So, remember the warp we're talking about? There is a place in the galaxy that just has a permanent hall that leads directly into it. And
Yes. Yes, I am aware of transdimensional breaches, though none with such a flamboyant title.
It's well
we do
earned.
love our theatrics.
Imagine a breach the size of a sector, uh, from whence constantly pours a stream of extra-dimensional beings. Well, that thing is flaring up, and not to put a fine point on it, but the Gothic sector, whence we are, is lucky to say that the section of the sector that you've conquered is between us and the Eye. But if it does flare up and start spewing out monsters again, as it did a few hundred years ago, I don't think any of us will be in a position to be shooting at each other. Or if we do, we'll be certainly inviting the creatures to have a snack of us all.
And that obviously is a bad thing.
Yes, for everyone. Except the Nox, I'm sure they'll be thrilled. At least before they're eaten.
Yes, I have heard occasionally that, well, there are some humans who do take delight in being devoured.
Yes, I imagine that's what the Nox were going to do on Schindelgeist, the planet we saved half of. They'd all gleefully gone with the planet's population to conjure up some of these creatures. that the beings don't much distinguish between their worshippers and those who would oppose them, and civilians. A food source is a food source.
She nods grimly.
We're making this dinner very uncomfortable, aren't we?
No. Honestly. I do not blame you for using the opportunity to, how is it said, talk shop.
Huh?
Emperor's Breath, it was not my intention to go quite so far on the first dinner. But conversation, I've learned when a lot of us get together, does tend to wind off onto extreme tangents.
At least it wasn't entirely into other Xenos threats.
Eldar.
Yeah, Eldar.
That would make no sense.
I just in case to break the mood up a little bit, I brought a little what we have as a, if Juno don't mind, a bit of a party game that is common.
Oh, you brought the deck!
Yes.
Woo!
Now, you can do things like play poker with it and a few others, but I'm talking about we're going to do the Emperor's Tarot.
Ah, yes, some good old card reading.
Juno,
That is indeed my favorite party trick.
Juno will lean over towards Endeavor and say, if you'll permit a bit of human superstition, this is a rather fun game.
Oh, I'll have you know it's no superstition. I have won 3 whole bets, 15 thrones each, through this impeccable card reading and a copious amount of cheating.
Yes, and that's why Narcia is not allowed to play anymore.
Well, the Emperor does the Emperor helps those who help themselves.
Narcs.
I do not hold yourselves back on my account.
Well then.
Oh no, quite the opposite. Here, I'll explain the rules to you as we go.
Let's see if I actually succeed. Just barely.
Wow!
Sure. So, are you actually trying to get a card reading for her, or just doing it for fun?
Do an actual card reading for Polar Endeavor.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do an actual card reading.
See, he's going to be a very tragic character in the future, something tells me.
No!
The Emperor is going to be looking at this with absolute disdain.
Were you just hoping I'd say it's only for fun?
Yeah, then I wouldn't have to do anything.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, if it's just easier all the way around, we'll just do it for fun.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Clearly, if it's a real tarot reading, it's just like all middle fingers from the Emperor towards Endeavor anyway.
Yeah, just
Fuck you,
imagine
Blueberry.
it.
Like in TTS where the Emperor thinks that the Tau make an incredible amount of sense, but then loses his shit when he learns they refuse to enter melee combat.
Yeah. These we could talk to. What do you mean they don't talk? Mm.
It's just you drawing horse over and over again. Horse, the eye.
So instead, we will play the gambling version.
Okay.
And no, we'll make your life a little bit easier.
Juno will fish out a stack of throne geld and give it to Endeavor to play with.
So,
Oh boy, are we gambling?
Everyone except you.
You.
Here, person with eyes, you can also help the newbie.
Perfect. Right, Endeavor. By the time you walk out of this room, you're gonna be loaded down with so much gold geld you ain't gonna be able to walk at all. Because we're gonna drain this suckers dry.
let me just make a roll for her. Okay, she didn't hear about that.
Hear about what?
Don't worry.
Oh, did someone actually ask, wait, are you doing this for real or are we doing this for fun? And
No. She just didn't hear about Narcia having some trouble walking.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm glad she didn't. If that came up, oh boy, Juno would be so fucking mad.
Oh, see, it's gonna fail at the worst possible moment. It's gonna fail when Mayor is there. I just feel it.
I feel like Mayra
Anyways.
wouldn't give a shit.
Oh no, Mayor would do. I feel like he would just assassinate me on the spot.
Well, that's Reeve.
Using them to fight the Imperium's battle is one thing, but banning them, oh, death.
No, Mayor would literally just keel over from laughing.
Ah, fuck.
Reeve would
That'd be
shoot you
even
on the
worse.
spot. Mayra would high
I'd
five
rather
you.
just die. No, I'd rather just die. In that case, it'd make me feel less bad as a player.
yes. Our Lord Inquisitor died of what? How did he? Of laughter, apparently. What?
He found
didn't
out
do
one
the
of
purpose of
Reeve's
spam.
acolytes fucked 2 Tau at once. And then Turan, who's
3.
inquiring, also dies of laughter.
3 actually, but who's counting?
Oh god.
Yeah, she was airtight.
I thought it was just 2. You whore.
The 4th one
The
just
whole
watch.
ass gangbang.
I need to be right back.
I feel ya. I'll be right back too.
Now the GM's dying of laughter. What's the skill for gambling anyway? Is it logic? I think it's logic.
I don't think it'd be logic unless it was a game of chance.
I
mean, unless it was a game of skill.
Poker is a game of skill.
Okay.
I mean, counting cards and probably logic.
Lucas, buddy.
Oh, you can throw a logic, you can throw inquiry to see if any of you are bluffing.
Yep. Just use a Sinesius check just to read my.
Basically, everyone in this table is gonna be cheating, but we're gonna be cheating in new and exciting completely different ways.
If only I had the mind reading talent
God.
or the or the one where I could see in the future.
I'd ban you from this table myself.
So Narcia's counting cards and Juno's using psychic vision to read everyone else's cards. Fucking never is gonna come away loaded, my god.
We just meet up like, oh, Baltus, you're in here too? Yeah. Other than that, I have no skills at anything that would help. Blind psychic powers. Yes, that. Doggos, really? It's cold in here. Powder in, Cal. Again, you chose in.
My fucking god. I'm starting to believe that the XP was still absolutely worth it, and I would probably do it again if I was given the chance.
Yeah, you would.
Which is a problem, because I don't see myself doing that a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, you were doing. You're basically trying to become like DCL. If you like trying to do mid max and super min maxy characters. I think when you first joined.
Imagine if Ro was still here instead of Narci.
There would not be a talk. Or maybe there would be a talk. It's just that Ro would be making an absolute ass of himself.
Ro would be shibaried up in the closet with a gag.
Just
Kinky.
let me beat the Emperor into this heathen. They can be made to see the way. Literally, with a hammer. Oh yeah, no, Ro. There would be a lot of screaming. Not a lot of talking, just screaming.
That's okay. I'm sure either me or Ro would have killed the other one off.
Yeah,
before
probably.
this point.
Probably. This would have been a very different game if Ro was still here.
Yep.
What a shame.
Ro would probably have
We
killed
actually-
Juno a long time ago, to be fair.
Juno's a fucking saint. He would not dare lay a finger against her.
It definitely he'd kill Baltus though.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He'd try.
Yeah.
He wouldn't succeed though. I guarantee you, he's not good enough to kill Baltus.
Alright.
He might maim you.
Savin, if you want an answer to that question, go ahead and roll scrutiny.
Okay.
It's up against
Oh, no.
4 DOS, so you're probably not going to detect, but, I believe in you.
Well,
I almost
gotta
want to
pick up on
reroll,
that.
but
And now see you
No.
can roll scrutiny.
I don't pick up on that. I'm too focused on the game.
you know what?
Laser focused on the game.
Let's see if I roll anything.
Oh,
Nope.
oh!
No.
Oh my fucking god, you did it.
Alright.
Everyone knows.
Not sure. Let's do Augie.
Endeavor is not as subtle as she thinks she is.
Moira. Okay.
Okay, this movie doesn't
Okay, Moira's gaydar is non-functional. That's good to know.
I mean, it's moderately functional. It just doesn't, not that sensitive. Cedra.
Yep.
Oh no! The person most likely to just say it out loud detects it. Well, yeah, so... Fucking hell. So, Juno, Augie, Ceiko, and Sadra will notice, Endeavour seems, to be quite enjoying having these two just leaning over her and pressing in close. She may even be actually into them. She doesn't appear to have a preference either way. Perhaps she just has a human fetish? Or at least a human woman fetish?
Oh no, I'm trapped on board this hostile ship. Oh no, what will I ever do?
The rest of her
That
crew
explains-
thinks Endeavor is making a potentially noble sacrifice here. Endeavor came here to dip her wick.
And I'm blissfully ignorant of that whole thing.
So, while we play, Captain,
Yes, Adra?
sorry, Captain Endeavour. How does, marriage work among the Tau? You know, two people joining their lives together, being romantically and sexually involved.
Doesn't that involve daggers?
Joining lives together, yes, we have a custom on that. Or it is not limited to just two. And yes, Nasi, the ritual is the joining of bloods. So it is performed with a dagger and then symbolized by that, by bearing that same bonding knife as a unit.
See? Juno, they got some classy rituals too.
And I thought we were the barbarians with the blood rights.
Hey, willingly giving your blood, that is one thing.
I mean, some of us may go more traditional route.
Traditions are good. But
Ceiko palms a small box.
I am surprised. It's not just two. I mean, is there any limit to it? Not per se, or it is only done with one you wish to be joined with. There is no means by which it can be undone, save death.
There's gonna be a lot of blood then.
Ah, yes, that's how the old human phrase used to go to, till death do us part. Isn't that right, Augustus?
Yes, that is part of the that is a part of the pre-imperial ceremony. It dates back as far as we have any record of human culture. Ah. It pleases me that you let's make a scrutiny roll from Endeavor.
It never does no shit.
Yeah, she doesn't realize she's been seen through and is being baited. That's good. Makes this doubly awkward. It pleases me to know that there are some things we have in common. It perplexes me why you are so taken aback by it not being limited, Miss Cedra. Does your culture truly believe you can find total fulfillment with one alone? Some people, yeah. Others, well, others less so. I'm pretty happy with just Ceiko. And, of course, little Oscar. But, yeah, there are others who do go further. Usually they don't admit it, though. That is most improper. One should own one's deeds. And if one is trying to bring another into their life, to do such secretly is wicked and counterproductive.
Exactly. If you like the other person, you should just go out and say it. And then start waving the dagger in his face. Kid, of course, that's not how that works, but who knows, someone might be into that. Just been swept off their feet. Taken to a romantic cruise with all expenses paid. And yeah, of course, there's some ritualistic blood rites in there somewhere, but let's focus on the cruise. And then on the card game, because we gotta beat the suckers. I can't beat them directly, so you best be on your A game.
I shall do my best. I wonder, though, if you have this idea of a cruise. She plays a card. Do you have anywhere in mind you would wish to be taken?
Oh, well, there's a couple of planets I had in mind for my retirement, but I'm not entirely sure if they're gonna be there by the time this is all done. Or if I can even legally retire. This beautiful, beautiful Agnew wards they have. These big bodies of water. They just take big ass ships and put all the rich folk in them and then sail them around. You get to see little islands. You get to go to the bottom deck that has this big glass panel so you can look directly into the ocean. It's very beautiful.
It sounds as much.
God.
There are worlds back in the Empire that are. They are not as quite as you describe, but they are almost wholly ocean.
Holy ocean. Wow, that's gonna make the cruise even more exciting.
We've seen planets like that. No, Baltus is like Baltus, the agri world in his sector that he grew up in was actually more of a savanna. Quite arid.
Yes, the world I grew up on, Terra, had no water of its own anymore at all. They had to import it from the asteroid belt or other planets by the trillions of tons just to sate the populace.
Meanwhile, where I grew up, most of it is ice. About a foot deep of snow, most times of the year.
Wait, I kind of grew up in the tube, so most of the outside world was classified and then immediately got shipped off. So I don't actually really know what my home world looks like, but I'm sure it's lovely.
Pardon? You were born in a tube?
Clone. Apparently, some kind of cloning program. I don't remember much of it.
Clone. So there are more humans as beautiful as you.
Oh, you're quite the charmer, aren't you? Yes,
She
no, I
grins at
suppose
you.
somewhere out there in the galaxy there are more Narcis running around. Not entirely sure what they'd be up to, but yeah, there's certainly more of me out there.
Um, I apologize, Captain Dandrick. I do not mean to slight you. Your beauty is equally enchanting, though in a different manner.
Cool.
Jealous?
Um, thank you, Captain. I do not feel slighted in the least. I simply choked on my wine a bit.
Well, honestly, I'm never going to get a better chance than this. And Ceiko will stand up and turn to Saedra. And take a box from his pocket and Saedra, I'm not manic words, but
Yeah, I know.
get down on one knee.
Yes, Ceiko, just yes.
Yay.
And I won't stop you if you want to keep going, but you don't have to try to force yourself with a
Yeah, I'm not going to.
speech.
Thank you. I love you, Saedra.
No,
You too, Ceiko.
congratulations! Juno will clap.
Oh! Clap, clap, clap.
Oh,
About damn time.
Uh,
And then immediately into hug.
yes. Mhm.
Well, there you go, Endeavor. You get to see a human bonding ritual in person.
well, the first like half of it.
The first step of it.
Yes.
If I may propose a toast in the spirit of this, to new bonds being made, and to the growing strength of our older ones.
Indeed. A toast.
To bonding.
To children,
The bonding.
those we have and those to come.
To love. What little of it is still left in the galaxy.
Do love.
Oh, thank you, Moira.
I'll up nod at Augie that I took the pressure off of him. For
Yes.
now.
You must have took the pressure off Endeavor. I don't think she minded.
I mean, the pressure that was on Endeavor was 2 pairs of tits pressing into her arms.
Oh, God.
Someone had to propose at this table.
Well,
It's true, and there were only a couple of possible permutations.
thankfully it wasn't the one that ended with Narcia getting shot by Juno.
Like, Volta and Mora are just like holding hands.
Degenerates. Oh, God.
So yeah, guess is there anything else you guys want to steer the conversation towards?
I think that's a good place to scene end on dinner number 1. Yeah.
See, oh, God, Endeavor. She's too likable. And the day is gonna come where we have to shoot at her.
No, it's fine.
We
We're
can
gonna
take her home.
stand. Yeah, we're gonna take her home. We're gonna dress her up. It'll be great.
I mean, we actually can, but look, as Ordo Xenos and fucking Rogue Traders, we can actually just have her on a metaphorical, if not literal leash, but Jesus.
She might like the literal
Yeah.
one from you.
Yeah, she might be
Yeah.
into that. Oh, Baltus doesn't know that.
Turns out
Oh
with
boy,
Ceiko
we're gonna
does.
be going places then.
God, it turns out without the power suit, she just has to crawl around on all 4s anyway. Woof, woof.
Ooh,
this is
a
great.
little
I love
sadder
that.
than I wanted it to be. But
Oh no, this is perfect. This is. I cannot imagine this dinner going any better.
I mean, what a shame it would be if we just like bought her a new spine.
Do we even know how to operate it? Okay, I might know how to operate on Tau.
I think Eloa has forbidden lore all of it, so
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, we could.
I mean,
And
Eloa has only the first dot in Tau, right?
Here's the
Yeah.
problem: we would be giving the gifts of the Omnissiah to a Xeno.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sanctioning this operation, but
No, I'm not gonna do it either.
I can't do it.
sanctioning Endeavor might still
Actually,
be on the table, though.
if we sanction the entire Tau fleet, then it's fine that they're here, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was a thought that passed my mind.
Good luck convincing the Imperium, though.
good luck convincing any of our own guys to sanction these guys instead of just using them as a buffer.
I mean, that's
I-
them becoming part of the buffers. They have to accept sanctioning.
yeah, it's not mutually
Yeah,
exclusive.
see?
Best
Yeah.
case scenario, they give them like a week to fuck off before the rest of the fleet moves in after this is all over.
Yeah, well, that's a problem for a very long time in the future, considering the Great Rift is apparently around forever. So, who
Oh
cares?
yeah, no. When the fucking eye actually explodes, yeah, maybe then, but probably not.
It's fine.
It's, not the as you leave the table, Endeavour will suggest that to Narcia and Juno that if either of them would ever like to visit her for a game of Baduk in her quarters, she would be very happy to see them. Juno, you don't need to roll to pick up on the subtext of that offer. Narcy, if you want to, you can try now.
Absolutely. Scrutiny?
Yes.
Come on, I'm usually pretty good at this. Don't be another 96. Oh, okay, so I'm not that retarded. I'm only a little bit retarded now that I'm not focused on taking other people's money.
All right. Yeah. Her interest is more than just academic and desiring a good opponent. She appears to like you.
So clearly that just means that she wants to learn how to play Rochambeau with you.
It's a very good thing to note for the future. I'll thank her and I'll say I might take her up on that. I got plenty of work to catch up to, but if I manage to finish it in time, yeah, probably. Pretending to be completely oblivious.
All right.
And at some later point in the day, Captain?
Yes, Narcy.
I think our guest is how do I phrase this?
Never
I don't think
fucking
I need to phrase this.
horny. God damn.
I wouldn't phrase it like that, but yeah, no, it's very horny and
I would certainly phrase it like that, considering she was eye fucking you through the entire dinner. Yes.
She was?
Yes. I'm surprised she didn't try and cop a feel. She was not being subtle.
Wow, I was so focused on beating an actual psyker in a game of cards that I completely glossed over that.
Oh yeah, this is real important. Who actually won the game? It's
Well,
critical
clearly,
importance.
I did.
Everyone make a fellowship roll real quick.
Oh boy.
Fellowship. Okay, can I use my Indo communications to cheat through the server skull and my Magos friend?
I mean,
No, I'm
sure.
gonna cheat.
Sure. Although you two were just assisting Endeavour, right?
Juno
So
was
I only
anyway.
cheat a little bit. I try to cheat, but then probably someone narcs on me, or I give myself away. I give myself away.
We
I
get through
pulled
one
away.
hand and Narcy gets yeeted out of the game again. This is the third one last chance, Narcy. Come on.
Oh my god! I'm so proud of her.
And before you get fucking rolled
Very
by the
encouraging.
blueberry.
I am very.
We're getting
I'm being
rolled
very
by the
encouraging
blueberry.
right now.
Listen, we're just getting tag team. That's how that
Okay,
works.
thank God.
Ooh!
Ha ha! Waifu for the win!
Moira did win at the end, both at the game and at the game. God damn, Moira!
Yeah, it is a very convincing victory for Moira. Endeavour, with help, comes away as the last person still playing, but even she just loses everything to Moira.
It was a hell of a match, though.
So happy I suggested bringing her. Yes.
It would have been very embarrassing if the fucking blueberry won, yes.
Mm.
Which she would have done. Good job, Moira. Saved Imperial face. So yeah, back to Juno and Narcia. So, I don't have to tell you that you don't go do that, right?
Yeah, no, you would not need to tell me that.
Okay.
How
That's
did I miss it?
because you were hacking the servo skull to try and cheat through a card game?
I wasn't hacking the server skull. I asked very nicely. I would never intrude upon a machine spirit in such a barbaric manner, especially not when my associate is already in control of it. And it would be one time. Baltus is a psyker. He could probably read your mind.
Baltus can't read your mind. And also, that's the third one time this has happened. You're just gonna flick your nose.
God. Is this... Okay. Okay, there won't be a fourth. Fourth time. Actually, I'll even have a jammer on me, so no signals can get out. Completely insulated. Won't be able to cheat.
Good, because
Wait,
if there's a fourth time, you'll be on latrine duty for the month.
You wouldn't.
I would.
wait. Could Baltus have used Sinitiates to sort of get an edge? I don't know.
It's...
Well, this is too.
I mean, you probably would if there wasn't a glowing beacon of the Emperor's light right next to the cards.
Yeah, Juno's presence would really just make it impossible to, in any way, meaningfully control the cards.
Okay.
Well, good to
I mean,
know
he didn't do
that.
it. Yeah.
If I ever get run out of the Inquisition, I always have a cool side gig lined up, helping out at a casino.
I mean, it only works if they are playing with the Emperor's Tarot.
The casino should have at least one table using the tarot.
Yeah.
So yeah, once Narcia has been mollified, we'll see the rest of the crew out of her quarters. Turn to Augie and just start laughing. Well, that was awkward at the end.
Agreed. I moderately annoyed at Cedra for encouraging that.
Yes, was unprofessional, but again, I'm still somewhat shocked the Xenos would go for that sort of thing. I suppose at this point I shouldn't be, but still, uh. Well, I'm going to go take a nice long soak in the bathtub to wash that off. Coming?
I would not miss it for the world.
Excellent. Also, yay, ship art.
Yes. I've had it just in my downloads folder for a while, and I just forgot to ever put it up. Yes, you can now have a pretty thing to look at instead of just the start screen.
It's so pretty.
Glorious, golden, and pure.
Really does put things into perspective when you realize each of those little tiny golden dots is for like a little window.
We have to close all of them down during warp transit.
Mm. And yeah,
Gotcha.
so I guess, Narcy, a question for you. Are you going to behave, or are you going to take Endeavor's offer up?
I'm going to behave.
Are you sure?
Yes, because, one reason. Not because I want to behave, but because Narcy likes the D.
How do you know Endeavor doesn't have one?
I'm going to behave.
He's not an Eldar.
I'm going to behave. I'm going to behave.
Her power suit probably has places where one could plug in.
I'm behaving. Yes, look at my incredible amounts of self-restraint.
And given that it is a power suit, it definitely has built-in vibrate.
Right? Jesus Christ, calm down, Slanesh. Not today.
Son,
Not today, Mary.
If it was Slanesh, it'd be a chainsword.
Tempting.
Slanesh, where's my chain axe?
Where the fuck is my chain axe? I know what the silence is there for, but I'm gonna behave. It's a no. I'm not doing it. Mm-mm.
Fair enough. If you're sure. Yeah. You will. Juno.
Mm-hmm.
You will be informed by your navigator that you are making unexpectedly good time.
No.
She expects an arrival within the next 2 to 3 days.
Outstanding. I'll tell her good job, and suppose inform the warband that we're well ahead of schedule. Find Narcy doing a Chaos PowerPoint as requested with all gusto. Good. Since we have such little time, I believe we're carrying a bunch of good Vesa on the ship somewhere as well as Endeavor, right?
Yep.
Alright. What would I need to roll in order to try and deprogram some of them?
Charm would probably be the best bet here.
Would I get a bonus for going in full sorority regalia and or bringing a golden god of a space marine with me?
He forgot he's on fire.
I know, that's why I said a golden god. He is awash in the Emperor's glory.
Yeah. He can just stand behind you and loom, and that can, like, give you a plus 20.
Excellent. I will. Will DOS matter on this?
Yes.
Okay. I will spend a fate point to invoke the strength and the creed, because it's time to bring these guys back to the God Emperor's light. Soon I should probably be using Charm Fellowship, not Influence, though. Which is fine.
Correct.
Alright. Still.
Bloody hell. Modifiers do cap out at plus 60.
Well.
So that's 9 DOS total.
still pretty insane.
Yeah, it is. You have made a very significant impact on them. You can't convert them back in just the space of one day, no matter who you are or how successful you are, but pretty much all of them have been touched and reminded. But the Emperor cares. The Imperium matters.
It does. Even if they will not.
Humanity is... sorry, you go.
Even if they will not come back to the light here and now, perhaps they will find it in their hearts not to in future turn their weapons on their fellow man.
Or fall to chaos.
That too. They insist on remaining with the Tau, then go and be farmers and settlers. Do not war against humanity, for we are you and you are we. We are all brothers in this galaxy together.
All right. Yeah. It is very effective. Pretty much as good as you could possibly have gotten in the time you have available. So, are you going to invite Endeavour to another dinner on the second day?
I will ask Augustus if he's comfortable with it, because Juno would absolutely understand if he's not comfy with Miss I'm gonna flirt with your wife.
Or flirt with Narcia. Narcia's obviously the prettiest.
Well, I cannot fault her for her taste. I would much prefer not to have to deal with that.
Understood, my love. I don't blame you in the least. Was a little uncomfy for me too. Yes. Juno will, however, encourage Narcy to plumb the Tau for information. We're not going to just shut her out completely. Juno will still endeavor to be social, but yeah, not the big dinner in the slinky dress again.
Okay, so if I want to get some information out of her, let's say for stealth suits, like I tell her a little bit about the chimeras and our shitty little sentinels, and she coaxes her into talking about those wonderful stealth suits. With any charm or inquiry? I feel like if I use charm, yeah, we're gonna build up to the night eventually. I feel like inquiry is more appropriate, and I don't want to get her in bed.
Yeah, charm would probably be more effective, but inquiry is almost certainly more appropriate. Unless what is being put on the table is instead Narcy rather than information about Imperial walkers.
I mean, we could, but we won't, because there's at least a little bit of purity still in us, and no one needs to know I'm a xenofucker. So I'm just gonna roll inquiry. Oh my god, that's a great inquiry. She's really into this conversation, isn't she?
She's pretty into it. You're going to get 3 questions about Tau stealth technology.
Right, so I suppose the first question is, we're pretty familiar with their ships, but stealth ship, the thing we bumped into, that's pretty new, right? What's the thing even called? Because typically our side sees something new, we write it down, we try to come up with a name for it. What do you guys call that? We're thinking of calling it the dagger. Wasn't that what they were trying to call it?
That particular one, yes, that is a new model. It is the first time the Earthcast has been successful in combining a gravitic drive and a stealth field in a vessel of that size. Normally it is... previously it has required cruisers to have both technologies. But now that bottleneck has been solved.
Hmm.
We call it the Anoxi, which broadly would translate to the hidden bird. It is a species from one of our sept worlds, a bird that hides in the clouds and then suddenly swoops down, devouring its prey in the first instant.
Hmm. So an appropriate name the Imperials could give it, maybe Shadowhawk? Shadowhawk sounds nice.
And now I'm playing the one of the BattleTech songs in my head.
We have something similar to that, but we have something called the Falcon. It's wait a minute. Let me get a tap of that. Do you have a picture of a falcon? Aim at search.
I mean,
I
that
don't.
is sort of what Falcons do.
But I can describe it to you. It's little.
It's very small, but it punches animals when it
It's
flies out
about
really
this
fast.
big, but using its velocity and its sharp talons, swooping from a high place, you can just decapitate smaller prey animals in a single swoop.
The hidden bird is not that small, and it uses its beak, no talons. But
This big?
a little more.
Wow.
That is it, yes.
Okay, it's kind of like a harpy eagle. It's huge. Ooh. They don't usually go after people, do they?
Their preference is for other birds of prey. I have not... Well, there are stories, of course, but I have never seen any evidence of one, actually, attacking a full-size person.
Oh, of course, if they attack, you'd never see it coming. Sneaky little bastards. God, that reminds me. What's the suit you were even using back on Lathe?
It is a variant on our XV-25. And some experimental technologies, but it is nothing revolutionary in itself.
XVA 25. God, that looks real bulky.
It looks as much, yes, but it is sleek when it moves, and utterly, and both silent and with a very effective stealth generator. The 15s I preferred those for a while, but now
Moving up in the world.
it is less that, more that the for a long time they had more effective stealth fields than the 25s. The 25s are capable of carrying heavier armament and, of course, thicker plating. But the Earthcast could not marry that with with an equally effective stealth generator until this past decade.
Your technology is moving at a ridiculous pace. That's not fair.
The galaxy moves at a ridiculous pace. We are fortunate in that the Earthcast keeps up.
Indeed, the Earthcast is doing a hell of a job. This is this is all very impressive. Like this whole stealth technology is just absolutely stunning.
Yes, our first friends here, Master Mero, he was quite taken by it.
Oh, you know
Purchased.
Mirror too?
Oh yes,
Okay, he does get around, doesn't he?
he and his organization, they traded a great deal for some of our stealth generators. Oh, well, I am not too proud to admit that some of his workers have iterated on them very well. Last I heard, they had been able to develop ones that did not require integration into a battlesuit or vehicle. They had self-contained power generation.
That is something humanity could have easily done in the past. We've kind of forgotten how to make such devices over time. Mm.
Yes, I understand. Spread as widely as you are, and with so many being proud and greedy, not willing to share what they know and have, it is inevitable that much will be lost.
Oh well, what can you do?
Attempt to educate the proud and greedy in the principles of fairness, justice, and the greater good? She grins.
Well, it depends. If your definition of educate is finger guns, yeah, probably. Because at the end of the day, if you really think about it, force is the ultimate authority from which all authorities are derived from. And while might seem barbaric and certainly unnecessarily violent in some cases, the only way you can truly enact such change is by just not so gently forcing it upon the previous establishment. But, the previous establishment happens to hold the manufacturing facilities and have control of most of the manpower, so.
Force is a method. As an officer of the fire caste, it is the one I am most acquainted with. But it is not the only one. Even if people already have power and authority, there is always something someone wants. It is just a matter of finding it, and then, even if it is against their interest in the short term, you can use that to make them move, and after a while, if you have brought them into the greater good, they will inevitably see that it is the greater good, and that they are now profiting more from that than they did in the past.
That does indeed make sense. But a lot of people do not work on sense. Galaxy can be an insane place. For better or worse. I am a sociopath. I care not for your idealism. I'll still burn down those orphanages.
That is true. Many people cannot grasp rational success. Appealing to rational self-interest, it is proven very successful for the water caste.
I mean, it's generally a very good way to go. As long as the other guy still has his wits about him. But that is something we're systematically breeding out of this Imperium. Or at least trying.
I hope you are joking there. It would be a great waste.
Well, it's a very big Imperium. Some of them very clearly are from what I've seen. Some others are not. I had to deal with a lot of bureaucracy in the past, and not very pleased with the things I've seen, not gonna lie. There have been many times where I just wanted to just shoot the person behind the desk. Because I was at some point behind that desk. And I know exactly what's going through their head. And I know that they're stalling, and that they just don't want to file in my paperwork. So, do I shoot them and file the paperwork myself? Or do I not shoot them and file the paperwork myself? At the end of the day, I gotta file in that paperwork. I have not shot any public servants up to this point, but I've certainly considered it. And stabbed one in the hand. Once. It was an isolated incident. And he had it coming.
What did he do?
I was waiting in that line because I needed to file in some paperwork. And every public servant in that particular planet can, at any point, start a smoking break. He can just say, I'm taking a smoking break, take out his law stick, and just go and do his little break. At any point. So I walk up to the desk with very important paperwork in my hands, mind you. And he decides to take his break. So he puts both of his feet up on the desk. On top of the paperwork is dropped in front of him, and he starts smoking.
Did he at least offer you one?
No, he didn't even acknowledge my existence, and I was kind of angry that day. It was very bad. It was a very bad and tiring day, so I just shanked him slightly before kicking him off the desk. After kicking him off the desk, then I shanked him. It was all kind of a blur.
I do not normally condone, as you say, shanking. But I cannot hold that against you. It does sound quite... It certainly sounds as if it improved your state of well-being.
Oh yes, and I think he will be more efficient with his breaks in the future. I certainly didn't have any breaks when I had his position. You wanted to pee, you used a bucket. I'm joking, of course. You didn't have a bucket.
Catheter?
No? I got very good at holding it.
Wow. That, surely that impacted your efficiency performing your duties.
That's why we have stimulants. I can be very efficient with my paperwork. As an example, since the last dinner, I have already completed 40-page presentation about those so-called chaos for the officers that might need to see it. Because, you know, someone's got to prepare the briefings. Still, you can be very efficient.
Well, if your efficiency is dependent on stimulation, then... Well, you must have been busy last night.
Oh, yes, I should... I mean, I can't stop. I can absolutely stop at any point, but you can't really afford to slow down when you're in the middle of a war zone. Or at the side of a war zone, or anywhere in the war zone. And I'm definitely not using it as an excuse because I'm addicted. I am actually using it as an excuse because I'm addicted. And it is certainly a problem, but, you know, you gotta prioritize in life. You're
There
not
is
able
truth
to
in
deal
that,
with your little
yes.
stimulant problem today. You'll deal with it tomorrow, maybe the other day. Kind of very bad at making excuses.
Excuses are just a normal part of life. Even the very best amongst us have slips and falls. I do not know you well, but already I am certain that you will rise above these. You will not let your errors define you.
I'll certainly try. Thank you. Really need to hear that. But while I don't want to let my errors define me, errors are necessary for the development of any human being, or any being in general. It is important that when you make a mistake, you realize you've made the mistake, isolate it, and learn from it. And I've made huge improvements. Like way back in the day, it was entirely possible that I sleep myself up to such a degree that I just stayed up for. Well, humans are supposed to be sleeping like every 18 hours, maybe 20, 20 max. I could have stayed up for 35 hours just constantly working and overtaxing myself. I do not do that anymore. I managed to set up a schedule for myself and drastically reduce my dosage to a normal and acceptable level.
That is good.
And as a result, I haven't stabbed anyone else, so, major strides.
Yes. If you were still staying up that long, I confess, I would have felt a moral obligation to offer to be your pillow.
Ah, uh, well, that would be certainly appreciated. It would be very inefficient. That would mean I'd have to sleep, and that would mean I wouldn't be able to get all my work done. Also, pillows. Speaking of pillows, you know that they make certain pillows that help you keep your neck and your spine lined up better. So-called anatomic pillows. You guys have those?
Indeed. Well, I have had no use for such since my injuries.
See, before I got a spine replacement, I had a very forward-leaning posture, so I needed to get myself one of those because, also I used to sleep in a very bad way. My the top of my spine and the bottom of my spine were not really aligned right until I got myself one of those pillows. I still have one of those pillows. Very good pillow, by the way. But I no longer need it. Because my spine is made out of some very exotic material that I don't even remember at the moment. But the offer is still appreciated.
It was sincerely made. And should you ever need it, she gives us, she grins at you.
I'm proud to be diplomatic about this. Smile at her back. Well, we'll certainly see if we can put it in the agenda. But you know how things are. My schedule is, to gesture around, very full and very busy.
You do certainly seem like a woman who is regularly packed.
Working myself to death. Yes, absolutely. Ah, now you know what we really need to do. We need to take that stealth field and we need to put it on the planet. We need to make an entire planet invisible. How many stealth fields do we need to make that happen?
I am not of the Earth caste, so I may be wrong in this, but to my understanding, such is impossible.
Never say never.
Oh no, in this case you must. While a ship, even a large one, you can render it invisible and not prevent any signal emission. It, its presence can still be felt. You could It would be a very impractical method of searching out ships, but if you run into one, even stealthed, you will detect it. And a planet has a much wider footprint than a ship. Wide enough that even when you do not, even without running into it, you would feel the effects of its presence. Gravitation, for example.
Okay, so planet might be out of the scope, and putting it on an asteroid, nah, it's just a waste of good money. maybe, maybe one of these days we'll be able to stealth an entire planet. I'm saying this because I'm reminded of an old story of some eccentric lord way back when, before. Just imagine when humanity was still figuring out how to attain spaceflight. Plans to blow up certain planets so we can have an uninterruptible view of the sun. I'm not entirely sure if those records were in jest or if they were actually planning to do it, but it was certainly mentioned.
That
No
seems
plans.
greatly inefficient.
Yeah, no, terribly inefficient and terribly hazardous. That's probably why they didn't do it. But someone spent the ink to put the idea on paper, so it must have certainly been some thought behind it. I'm sorry if I bring up an uncomfortable topic, but what did you see exactly when you entered the warp?
Hmm.
Because from what I've gathered, your guys' reflections are not nearly as violent as ours.
I do not know enough to comment on that, but I saw fire where the planet was, like a vast egg wreathed in flame.
Like, I mean, most of the planet was already scorched.
No, not scarred by flame, not like it had been burned, like it was actively on fire.
Like,
Like,
Juno
but
wasn't.
yes, but more so. Like the egg itself was made of fire.
Well, Endeavor, if you will allow me, of course, to refer to you constantly in such an informal manner.
It, of course, it is. It is my name, and it pleases me to hear you say it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be able to just speak freely. And speaking freely, I know this is going to sound very silly because you have a decent education. You know how the world works. And you have a very good understanding on the forces that are behind this whole immaterium thing. The things that seem to most humans like these monsters, these demons as we call them, these visions you might get, pay attention to them. Don't just completely disregard them. But be aware that the entities from that side will always try to mislead you. And also, don't mention them to any of the Imperials that are not actively aware of so-called chaos. Between you and me, anyone that gets knowledge of that, the materium in general, usually just sweep them under the rug. So arm yourself with that knowledge, but don't let any of our people know that you have it. Just in case. These people that we're talking about, chaos and all that, they like to intentionally use methods to puncture holes into the veil and pull things through them in the most inconvenient times. And when one of those comes through said holes, they don't like to discriminate much.
As you, yes, as you said at the dinner, yes.
There's, I don't know. I personally didn't have any prophecies or visions come true yet, but there've been some recorded cases in history that such visions carried quite a bit of weight.
I am not well educated in this matter, but what little I have seen of transdimensional theory, it states that time as we perceive it would be perceived differently in alternate dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
So what is now may have been in the past or in the future in one of those other layers.
That is indeed one of the biggest risks if you're using the Materium for travel. You could come up 1 month before you even left and have an identical copy of you still flying around in space, or you could just lose 4 years and then pop out 4 years later. Or you might not even pop out at all. But the other thing, you said you're not very well educated at this, but you know some basics. We have been dealing with the warp for a very long time, and we are not fully educated on it. But you know why? And this is gonna sound very fucking silly to you, but bear in mind the way these entities in the Materium react. Knowledge is widely believed, anyways, that knowledge of them gives them more power. That's why we're kind of sweeping them all under the rug.
I find that difficult to believe.
Yeah, I find that difficult to believe too, but somehow the people that know about them are able to fucking puncture holes through reality that bring in creatures beyond our comprehension.
Hmm.
I wouldn't be saying this to you if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes. That's the thing. You're you're not an idiot. You are an intelligent woman. You've seen how this breaches in reality can alter things. You haven't seen any of these entities get pulled through yet. But it is a thing that happens. Or maybe you have, and you just weren't close enough. Maybe we're seeing it through a sniper scope, but just want you to keep in mind that threat. And, of course, inform your people of it in a manner that won't make you sound like a paranoid schizophrenic. Oh, and also bring plenty of plasma if you want to bring any of those down.
Hmm. We. If this was perhaps 100, 200 years ago, I do not believe my people would be able to accept it at all. But since we have. That was when Tava first clashed with the Devourer. There are things out there that are hungry and wicked and inimical to all. If the life forms of alternate dimensions are such, in a comparison to the Tyrannid, that may help to inform those who have not had experience of those alternate worlds.
Yeah, but the problem is you have to somehow inform them of them, but also not? Like, they need to be informed of them, they need to know they're there, but they need to not demonize them as we have, because that apparently will make them more threatening, or say the human organizations that have been dealing with them for hundreds and thousands of years. I really hope they just don't have the same effect on you guys that they have on us. That's all I can say. Because even mere knowledge of them can, and this is gonna sound really fucking ridiculous, cause spontaneous and uncontrollable mutations amongst the human body, even to people that are not psychically active. And I just have absolutely no explanation, no reasonable and sound medical explanation I can give you as to why this is happening. I just know that it does.
As a guess, it is not the knowledge directly causing that, but knowledge changes one's reflection in other dimensions. And when those things that live there, they can see that. And the marks of knowledge, they make them pay more attention.
Well, I got a hell of a bullseye on my back if that's the case.
Ah, you do regardless. While, well, knowing, as I do of humans, you will probably take this as a compliment. When we first started fighting, I considered you and the others with you as essential targets that must be eliminated.
As you should. It was kind of your job at the point in time.
But more than any other human, because you demonstrated knowledge and capability beyond the norm. It made you well, even now it still makes you a strategic asset.
Of course. Goes without saying.
So, even if it is not So, even in a conventional war, knowing as much as you do, it is a target on your back. With intellect devouring transdimensional entities, it's just a little more than normal.
You know what? You're not wrong. I am a pretty big deal. Just gonna give myself a nice pat on the back.
Hold on just a moment. Let me. Alright.
Amazing willpower roll.
If I may say, though, I am glad that you did not take the bait I left you.
I was really tempted, I'm not gonna lie. You guys set up your Arctic facility so nicely. Arranged every bit with such ridiculous detail. It was actually really impressive.
Ah, you did realize.
Yes!
I
Oh.
wasn't sure if we had done it too well, and you had just ignored it, or if you
Look,
had seen through it.
it is entirely possible that we're just too retarded to figure out what you're putting down. We just blew up the facility without looking at it. But no. We actually managed to realize there was a cunning trap on your part, which, by the way, I respect that move. It was so nicely set up. I can tell about the drifting tank.
If you had gone with it, well, we had 2 battle cruisers and a small fleet waiting powered down outside Duran.
Ooh, sounds fun. I mean, it would have probably gotten us all killed, but it would be a hell of a party.
It would have been, but even the best case of that, we would be the other way around, and you the prisoner being taken to exchange. And while I think you would look remarkably good in a jumpsuit, it would not be the same.
Oh no. You know, unless you've seen our people have a proclivity for martyrdom.
Indeed.
I mean, prisoner, that's one thing. I don't think most of us would ever get there.
And that would be a waste beyond words.
Oh, yes, indeed. For both of us, really. I mean, there's so many other things in this galaxy that deserve all that ordnance. And yet we're sitting here and shooting each other. And that's the saddest part. Probably gonna be like that for a while. But you know, it's just quiet moments we can both appreciate.
The reality of things is most of the monsters you fight against, they are far from the Empire. We have to fight our way through you to even get in sight of us.
What monsters? Well, it's science from the Tyranids. Like, okay, I know of the Eldar, I know of the Necrons, I know of the Tyranids, I know of the Orcs. And about you guys, of course. I've heard of something called the Crute?
They are. Recruit are an interesting topic. They are auxiliaries to the Empire. We discovered them by saving them from the Orc. And they have repaid that by service in our armies. Though their culture is strange, and some matters are greatly distasteful.
I heard they like to eat.
They see the dead as food. It is it is worse than just seeing them, than just wanting to eat them. They seek out the strongest, the best, and I would say they believe, but I have seen the effects of it with my own eyes. Their genome is adaptive, and when they eat someone, they absorb much of that person.
That is absolutely horrifying. Wait, does that mean if they eat someone who is retarded, they'll get dumber? Someone who's weak, they'll get weaker?
Yes, which is why they follow the Shapers. They take the first tests, they examine what genes would be added, and they select what the kindreds will consume.
Oh.
So they seek out the strong and eat the strong. In the past, there have been Krut who have sought birds and flying things, and gained wings of their own.
You know, on one hand, visualizing all this is pretty disturbing, but on the other hand, there have been a lot of recorded cases of cannibalism in my own species too, so. Who am I to judge? In case you're wondering, gross overpopulation, lack of resources, people starting at each other.
Yes. I saw that the sieges on Moab.
Ah, so the mob hives. Had you seen a hive before? That mob right there, that is what most of the Imperial planets aspire to become, and it is just as illogical and inefficient as you might think it is. Look, I'm all up for big populations and cheap manpower, but that is not sustainable for the planet.
Indeed. We, the world Corellia, in this sector, we have endeavored to reduce the strain of overpopulation upon it. But there are just so many of you.
It's
Even the
wonderful.
worlds that you do not call as hives, they are near their limit in who can live there.
Well, it's perfectly normal for each glorious Imperial citizen to have 11 children when they're dirt poor. and barely able to feed themselves and have very poor medical coverage. Because you don't know how many of those kids are gonna get through the first few winters. So you might as well make a couple more. And it's not like you can afford to have protection. And certain churches preach that it is a sin to go for the back door, so there's only one option.
Yes, I. This makes sense. I know the honor of the watercast and the Aun. They have taken it upon themselves to attempt to educate your peoples in how is the term put, in safe sex and in raising only the children that will live to adulthood.
How well has that been working out?
Well, here, not well. The ongoing fighting has made it difficult, but in the worlds of Damocles and the Empire, extremely successful.
Well, that's good to hear. And don't tell anyone I told this to you out loud. They're, of course, very unpopular opinions for anyone to hold. As quote-unquote inhumane as those might be, being able to just have that much manpower, fortunately, is seen as more of a benefit rather than a curse. And who cares if those people are suffering? You can operate more factories that way.
I'm sorry, I need to very quickly step away.
Go ahead. Yeah, how long have I been faffing?
Half an hour-ish.
Oh my god. I really like Endeavor, and I should not like Endeavor. Endeavor's the enemy, the vile Xenos
The
invader.
tower great and everything about them is great. We should all just defect.
We should, but I don't want. Oh fuck.
The tower are the only good guys in the entire galaxy, and it shows.
Don't worry. GW went back to retroactively make them bad and more retarded.
I pretend I do not see it.
Just like we pretend that the rats didn't nuke the entirety of the fucking old world.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. God. Fucking rats.
Juno does high-key want to ask Endeavor if the whole, like, castrating humans in high worlds is a thing, but...
Don't.
Yeah.
Neither of us are gonna like the answer.
That's why I didn't ask
I'm back.
Felix what
Hello?
happened to Leth.
Yeah, welcome back.
Sometimes you just don't want to know the answer.
Narcia has 4 dots in Tau Forbidden Knowledge. She already knows just how much better they have it than us.
Yes, I understand why some might consider this way useful. I imagine they are the same who are behind all the rumors that we She makes a scissoring motion with her fingers.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The castration camps sell wonderfully on the propaganda posters.
I cannot claim entire innocence in that. On some worlds and with some species it has been necessary, but I do not believe it has ever been done with humans.
Even if it had, our Imperium, we have done eugenics on certain planets before. Like, nobles will pick a planet. Oh, this planet looks pretty nice and shiny. Quickly, reduce the population by 75%. I wish to turn it into a luxury resort. And they can just make it happen. It's just wartime propaganda.
There are many times where I hear of all of the things that are good and relatable to from your people. And then there are matters like that really are just grievously disturbing.
What can you do? Such is life. We made our bed, now we're gonna lie in it. Supposedly, a very long time ago, humanity used to have a similar rate of development as the Tau Empire, but then. Oh, have you heard of the Age of Strife?
That is your machine war.
Uh, the Machine War was part of it, but there was more to it. So, you know how you guys had your time before the Ethereal showed up and unified everyone?
The Montau,
Yeah,
yes.
the Monta. For us, we had the Age of Strife. All of our AI managed colonies kind of rebelled, got corrupted by extra dimensional beings, and turned against us. But we don't teach that part because we don't want people to know about the extra dimensional beings. And, well, humanity, out of nowhere, started developing the psychic traits we're talking about. They were not present slash common at all before that point, but all of a sudden we started getting a bunch of psychers. And that was not the only thing. During all that, during the machine uprising, during all the psychers that were exploding into extra dimensional beings, there were also warp storms all over the galaxy because of something unspeakable the Eldar did that I'm not going to mention right now. It might not have something to do with the Force of Chaos. And they might or might not have created a fourth branch that didn't exist previously.
Ah,
Yes, so all
so
space travel was just completely cut off. Psychers were popping up there in the center, and robots were trying to kill us. No wonder we turned up as fucked up as we did.
and then when one arose to lead you out of it, he was betrayed by his own blood.
Yeah, kinda. He did actually manage to expand our borders to a ridiculous degree before he got betrayed. But I don't know much about the betrayal or the expansion other than the stuff that tells us in history books. But there was indeed the Emperor of Mankind that managed to unite all the humans, either with diplomacy or force, because we were using diplomacy back then, just only with other humans. That's been a consistent thing throughout our entire history. We are incredibly violent to anything that doesn't look like us. And, well, at some point, most of humanity decided to rebel. I wonder why. And put our glorious emperor bound to his throne, serving as a glorious golden beacon to guide us through the materium.
If I speak truly, Nasi, it hurts me to hear this.
It hurts me to tell you this. Because at some point we were kind of like you guys. We had our business in order. And then, like that, it all started going downhill. Who knows? Maybe when it happens again, you guys will be better ready for it.
You know, the Emperor does not have to be your one and only chance at this.
He doesn't, but I willingly choose him as my one and only chance at this. I could at any point, with all my connections, all my wealth, just pack up and leave. But that would be cowardly. I know what I know the parts that are wrong with this Imperium. And I know its problems. I recognize them. I don't just simply want to run away from them. I want to actively work from inside the system and make things better. Find the inadequacies in our bureaucratic systems and make them roll a little bit smoother. Find situations that can be resolved without expending a necessary amount of lives and resources and just try to get everyone to talk through problems. I can do some good here. Endeavor. I believe I really can. I have been doing a lot of good over the past few years. You've seen our captain. He's, without a doubt, the most gentle person in this entire sector. And if any of us were to leave the Emperor's service, this sector would become a worse part as a direct result.
Well,
The Emperor protects, but there's only so much he can do. You can't let him do all the work.
indeed. Well, if so long as you are doing good here, then that is important. But I will not try to convince you, but I will say this regardless. If there is ever a time that you find you have done as much as you can, and the Imperium and you cannot change the Imperium further from within, the greater good will be would be happy to have you. I would be happy to have you.
Well, if they ever brand me as a heretic and excommunicate me, and I have to absolutely flee, don't worry, you guys will be my first defection choice.
And now, well, I cannot want that because it would be greatly harmful to you and to all the world, or to all the peoples of all the worlds, to have them throw you away.
Also,
But I do
incredibly.
still want it.
Look, there is a lot of things we want in life, but we will not necessarily get them. Also, it would be incredibly unprofessional.
That is true. But does that matter?
Yes and no. Like, in some ways it matters, but at the end of the day, It does. It does. You have to look at the bigger picture, the greater good, and we can both do a lot of good if we maintain our composure and excel in our current stations, and not let personal desire blind our endeavors.
Hmm.
Oh god, you have no idea how many times I was just tempted to just grab everything and leave. 5 times. You count them on one hand. Sometimes I just thought that maybe getting shot by a plasma cannon in the face is not the best way to retire. Maybe having my face caved in by an orc chopa is not how I want to spend the rest of my days. Maybe being shot at, maybe I don't want to be shot at. Maybe I want to do something else, but no. We cannot allow our lives to be dominated by such thoughts. We can only shrug it off and move on.
I understand. The offer remains. If there ever comes a day that you can take it, should I still be living, I would vouch for you.
You know what? If by any freak chance the opposite happens, I'll be the first one to vouch for you too. I mean, I'm not sure how much my word is gonna mean, but I'm gonna find some way. I'm gonna find some way, and I'm gonna pull you right out of that fire, but let's hope we never actually get to that point. But hey, in case we do get to that point, it would be a good idea to start planning that cruise.
Save that. She's going to go in for the hug.
Are there any surveillance? Is there surveillance here? There should always be surveillance. But is it surveillance I can control? That's the big question.
Yeah, that presumably there is almost certainly none that you couldn't turn off if you wanted to.
Let's just quickly loop, make it loop as we're just talking to one another, and give her a very quick fucking hug. Do I need to throw a tech use at this?
Yes. Given how little warning you have gotten, yeah, a -10 tech use.
-10, so I use a fate to make it a success.
I think you would actually have to re-roll back.
No, she's.
But it's
Yeah,
success.
no, yeah, you could, yeah. Yeah, sorry, it's just for, degrees of success. If it's equal,
It can only be worse if I roll it. Or can it? I have faith. Love can bloom on the battlefield. Don't punish me for that horrible joke. It can. Look, I got 3 degrees of success this time. Because it didn't put the -10.
then there will be no evidence of you getting big titty Xeno hugs.
Come here, you. Oh, they're gonna shoot us both for this, you know that.
Endeavor does not push it any further than just hug.
Oh, God. We'll see how this campaign goes. Who knows? Maybe she ends up with us. Maybe we end up with her. Maybe we both die in a very dramatic way. Just the absolute peak of drama. Narcissus in there bleeding out with a very bad energy crit on her leg. And then right next to her is Endeavor, taken out by a bolter shell. As they spend the last moments together.
Before Amy Jean comes up and just steps on you.
Yep. Curse my heretical ways.
Ah, boy.
Doesn't ever get a fate point. Seems she probably lost when her and her ship exploded.
Yeah,
Fuck, she deserves it. Fucking. Poor Endeavor.
yeah. I will give her one.
She's single-handedly won over the entire crew except Augustus.
Yeah, and even he just enjoyed talking to her. Just did not enjoy.
Yeah, just
Hitting on his girl.
stay away from his right.
So with that, I think the next thing that will happen will be just during the night, Navigator pulls you from the warp in orbit. A couple of days away from the Stab, where the actual prisoner exchange will take place, rather than just nice dinners and philosophical talks.
Ah, yes. Excellent.
But yeah, given the time, I should probably let you go to sleep rather than do that today.
Oh,
It's. Oh my
I
god,
mean,
it's
look,
almost 7
Savin,
a.m.
if you want to do it today, I'm okay with that.
I'm actually fine with it. I'm wide awake, and this feels like something that's going to be Juno talking at a bunch of NPCs for a while. So having some players missing probably is not a necessarily bad thing. This turns
Oh,
into a horrible shootout, but hopefully not.
I'm also good with it. And if it turns to a horrible shootout, do not worry. I have just enough bullets to kill both of us before we get captured.
Yay!
You're welcome.
Well, all right then. So, Verstappen. It is an agri-world. And as you emerge from the warp, you'll see there are many Tau space stations built in its orbit. Those of you with training in Lore Gothic sector will know that previously Verstappen had a very remarkable and well-built planetary defense station, but now there is no sign of it. It appears to have been lost when the tower came in, and now replaced by their own constructs. There are several escorts and light cruisers that move towards you as you enter, but between Endeavour and Cold Strife. Be informed of the reason for your arrival, and most of them return to their previous holding patterns. A pair of Castellan escorts do still close to escort you in, but the way they are moving and the signals they're sending is more of an honor guard than anything malicious.
Well, you see, they built it so fast because abominable intelligences work much more efficient than a bunch of malnourished serfs do.
That makes a certain kind of sense, I suppose.
Yeah, unfortunately it does.
Well,
Even so, that is a remarkable number. They must have invested a great deal into protecting this world.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
does Verstappen have some tactical significance I'm not seeing? It seems to have just been an agri-world.
Well, it looks pretty.
I'm sure it has great aesthetic value.
Well, that's as good as any.
It is one of. Prior to the rediscovery of Dark Haven, it was one of only two worlds connecting the Cyclops cluster to the Quinrox Sound.
There we go. So defending it this heavily was an attempt to cut us off from ourselves.
Oh, if they only knew.
That makes sense.
Well, I suppose we should get everyone ready. Won't be long before the Tau want to meet, I'm sure.
I mean, we could always just stall and be incredibly suspicious.
I'm sure our presence here is suspicious enough. No, we should behave as forthrightly as possible. There is my growing reputation of being an honorable combatant to maintain after all.
Uh-huh.
Something you'd like to add, Narcy?
No, I like to add nothing. I think we're handling this situation very delicately.
Yes, well, it is a delicate situation indeed. Let us hope,
Just-
however, it goes as well as our dinner did.
Oh, it would be nice if we had more people that knew how to flap their gums. So we weren't always the ones to run this kind of errand.
I have every confidence Augustus could probably manage on his own just fine. What?
I mean, Augustus is part of us. I mean, like, there should be more Inquisitors out there that are actually fully aware of what they're dealing with and how to deal with it.
Being aware is not the issue. It is the willingness that matters.
Indeed, and unfortunately, it seems, at least in this sector, the only other Inquisitor who's willing to use a gentler touch is Mayor, and yeah.
He was actively sabotaging the whole fucking sector by bringing in a bunch of Xenos and attacking and destabilizing the local governments to keep us on our toes.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I'm actually part of Steamed Up. Narcia thought that was an amazing idea, but Narcia that is clear of drugs thinks that is a little bit counterproductive.
Yeah. Welcome to Juno's perspective.
This is horrible. I want to go back to doing drugs.
Juno's just gonna nod her head. It's like I said in the past, I understand and to an extent appreciate Aurora's objectives, but the way he was going about it was clearly wrong and actively detrimental to the entire sector.
I wonder how he's still doing.
Well,
You think
he's due for a checkup in a couple months.
he could be on board the ship with us already?
I mean, technically possible.
Where's the closest bridge member? You. Are you Mayor?
No, Mom.
That was a trick question. You passed the test. Carry on. Could have been him, though.
Honestly, the most frightening prospect is that someday it'll be Augustus who's Mayor. I'm sure I can tell the difference, though. Apparently, Mayor's already been me.
What's... You?
Oh yes, he disguised himself as different members of the bridge crew to go around and interact with us individually and assess our mental state after our warp sojourn.
Oh, so that's what handed the kill list to. That explains why no one is still dead.
Oh no, he forwarded that to Amelie. She went and assassinated a whole bunch of people.
And Amelie just never bothered to file the paperwork signifying that those targets have been removed? I mean, of course, it didn't.
I was gonna...
Expecting Amelie to do paperwork.
No.
Yeah, no, that's pretty silly of me. No, you're right.
Anyway, enough philosophizing. Let's get the ship ready for diplomatic operations. This is exciting.
Oh, so much excitement.
Think we have anything else to do other than go on to wherever they set the meeting point up?
All right. I will ask for just a moment to generate names.
Sure.
Alright. As soon as the commander shows up, I know this is going to sound like a pretty crazy plan. Pull the pin out of the plasmic now.
Plasma grenade? Oh, you're thinking small. Don't forget the atomics we bought.
I thought we burned up all of our atomics.
That was before we went to Mazoa.
Ah, okay. Then we're good to go.
Yeah, you used up all of the atomics that you borrowed from Lev. Not all of your atomics.
We come this far just to blow a fucking nuke in a suicide attack to decapitate the fucking leaders. No. I couldn't bring myself to do it to those guys. Especially not when we can use them as a buffer against chaos.
Exactly. They're more useful alive.
Alright. So, I guess a question for you is, how are you going to frame these talks? Because, well, once they've gotten the explanation from Cold Strife and Endeavour, the Tau are just entirely happy to honour the agreement that was made there with prisoner exchanges. They don't see a need to have further diplomatic talks on that. You already came to an agreement. They're just going to go ahead with it.
Yeah, I mean, Juno is also perfectly happy to carry out the agreement, though I think either during the actual talks themselves or at the end, she will gently ask if there's some way to open up further diplomatic channels that we might bring this war to an amicable end for both our parties.
Okay, so you want to actually try to establish proper truce talks,
Yes, that would be ideal.
and you are telling them this.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I appear to be in. Oh no, it was just there. I just can't read.
It is, what, 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So no wonder.
Reading is hard at the best of times.
Especially writing, though.
Mhm. Yeah. While they are not willing to commit to binding talks, you can get Vital to arrange some preliminary talks. Establish diplomatic channels. So you get to know them a bit, they get to know you a bit. Know who to send messages to for when the time for long-term talks arrives.
Exactly, so they don't just get shot upon being just spotted immediately.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, and Juno being Juno, and apparently now Narcia being Narcia, I should hope that them getting to know us leaves a pretty positive impression.
I mean, I've left some positive impressions on them, but they're too low on the totem pole. I mean, you want me... I can work on him, too. If you really want me.
I think
I think that...
we'll leave the information we parted to Endeavor about the Eye of Terror being behind their lines and coming this way to perhaps light a bit of a fire under the Tau Diplomatic Corps. Once
The fire's already there in Narcia.
once their commandery starts realizing, uh-oh, something bad's coming.
Yeah. Giving them that does, while they can only move so far forward, it gets you into a it gets you much further than just willingness to talk, and they will invite you to a meeting down on the planet's surface with certain figures of high authority.
Excellent.
Who are you bringing?
I suppose our same diplomatic corps from last time, so Juno, Augie, Narcia, I guess Moira instead of Amy since DCL's not here.
Oh,
All right.
A couple squads of Stormies or Vanguard. Honor Guard, just in case, as you do.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you just set these names to visible, and then I'll move them from the GM layer.
we have been waiting in stealth all along.
Yes. On the military side, Endeavour is the highest ranked officer. She is the sole member of the Firecast present.
Thank goodness we didn't kill her. Also, holy shit.
So there are two that you can recognize as bearing the sigils of the Water Caste. They're professional diplomats. And sat with them two figures in ornate and ceremonial robes. Your efforts appear to have attracted the honored members of the Aun caste, the Ethereals.
Ah, shit.
Ah, shit.
How do those look like for Juno?
That's a good question.
They burn much more brightly than normal Tau.
They're almost
They
like
don't
people.
look like psychers. They burn very differently to Baltus, but just as brightly.
Fascinating.
Excellent.
So, as it was on on Moab, the junior diplomat begins. Honored ones, we welcome you to this hall, and in the spirit of the greater good, and with the grace of the God Emperor, we hope that these talks shall be productive, and all shall be pleased.
Indeed, it is my honor to be here, and I hope that we may walk in the Emperor's light and on the path of the greater good for both our empires.
The Pauvre nods. The more senior diplomat, a female Tau, takes over. You have shown us evidence of a great threat to our backs. Why have you done us so? Would it not be to your pleasing to see us slaughtered by it?
There are certainly
Captain?
some within the Imperium who would delight at the death of other species, no matter the cost in human life. But not only do I not believe in death for death's sake, but you are also standing upon worlds that were once part of the Imperium of Man and have great human populations. If these worlds burn, it is our people too who burn.
So you wish to cease fighting so that we can together protect these innocents?
That is correct.
There is wisdom in this. But what proof have you of the coming of this threat? In these battles, we have bloodied each other, and I know. We have made gains, you have made gains. It would be fortuitous for you to be given time to prepare yourselves to strike us while we look elsewhere. Forgive us that we cannot take your word alone as proof.
Of course, I understand, and indeed, alas, the threat is newly discovered by us as well. I can, however, share with you some reports that have come to us from the Eye, sightings of the most dangerous ship that belongs to the forces of the ruinous powers, the Terminus Est, a vessel rarely seen without a fleet in its shadow. I can tell you that throughout the Imperium, the sectors surrounding us, the reinforcements that might have come to the Gothic sector are no longer heading this way. Your scouts, if they have not already realized it, will do so soon. And yes, as my associate is whispering in my ear, we do have a quite large report she's been filling out on the previous invasion and the significant toll of life it took on this sector when we were not fighting anyone but minor orc disturbances.
We do not need to see the extent of. We do not need to see how wicked they can be. We have knowledge of wickedness in war, and we have seen that there are worlds in this sector that bear wounds far worse than any rational mind would inflict. But you speak truly. We have seen that your ships in neighboring realms, they have hastened toward a mustering point. They have not come here. But how are we to know they are not just mustering all strength to come here? A mighty hammer instead of a drip feed.
Well, there is unfortunately no way to know for sure, but I can tell you, and if you have any human astropaths or navigators that you captured, I'm sure they can tell you this as well, that if they are mustering, they're doing it at an awfully terrible point to invade the Gothic sector. Between us and the Eye of Terror lies the Grail Abyss, through which human navigation cannot pierce.
Not reliably, anyways.
Nearly any ship would be lost in it, and even if they attempted, they'd likely be shot when they arrived on the other side, as it is closed by imperial decree.
CV on we not. Then let us take it as so. What is it you would ask, then? Simply to cease shooting at each other?
That is certainly a first step, yes. Every life we waste killing each other is one less defender to resist these beings from beyond. Ideally, if there is time enough for our people to come to trust each other, we could form some sort of cooperative defense of the western side of the sector. There are your worlds and ours in the firing line.
Such would not be unwelcome. But of what good is it to us? To enable you to reach these worlds. When the fighting is done, what stops you from using your joint defense fleets to land troops and cast down the greater good?
Assuming there's enough of our fleet left to do it. The reality is your ships are just superior to ours, and it looks to me you're at least equaling us in number. After a great combat against our mutual enemy, I don't think either of us will be in a position to make war.
The ennui nods again, and Lani continues. That sounds plausible, but we would ask for guarantees, relying on the fortunes of war to favor one or the other. That's where madness lies.
Of course, that makes sense. Beyond the obvious fact that you currently are in control of worlds full of human civilians, I am sure a exchange of command staffs and diplomats would prevent any unbecoming action on either side.
Before Lani can reply, the On-El speaks. You may claim as such, but I have seen your commanders, your warriors, that we hold humans, that we hold civilians, non-combatants. That has never stopped you from fighting us, Juno. Never once has the bolt of a space marine been slowed by the body of an innocent. Never once has a lance hesitated in striking a vessel bearing food.
You aren't wrong. Our species has long been in the grasp of a quite radical faction, and frankly, they are of the opinion that all non-human life should be exterminated. I won't deny that. But I will say they are...
Why do you
Go ahead.
lie to me, Juno?
Hmm?
It is not a radical faction. That is the word of your god emperor. Those who permit the alien to live share in the crime of its existence.
Radical, perhaps a bad choice of words, short-sighted, then. A faction that would gladly throw away human and alien life, while our galaxy is beset by the Tyrannid. I have no doubt you've heard of House Dandrick. My ancestors fought you in the Damocles. Now there's nothing left of us but me. The Tyrannid wiped out my world. The Tyrannid nearly wiped out the stronghold of the Ultramarines, our worlds, our galaxies' greatest protectors. So yes, it is the teachings of our creed that the alien should be exterminated, but, those words were written in a time when our foes were orcs and Eldar, foes that pose no true threat to humanity. When we seemed to be destined to rule the stars, that is what the Emperor taught, that the galaxy was humanity's birthright.
So now you would teach that the Emperor's word is not timeless.
The Emperor could not have expected the Tyrannid. I am to humanity what you are to the Tau. I have beheld the Golden Throne itself. The Emperor has invested me with some shred of his power. Juno will close her fist and again let it crackle with golden light. This is his gift to me, his mark of approval. There will always be those who resist and resent, who cling to the old ways. But now I know that there is a report that is circled throughout the Imperium at the hierarchy that says, if we're to fight the Tyrannid, the entire galaxy would have to quintuple its output of war materials and soldiers. I'll just spread our hands. We can't. There aren't enough people, there aren't enough resources. Humanity cannot stand alone. No race can in the face of annihilation, of chaos, tyranids, those who would scour life, scour all souls from the galaxy.
So, you would call on those who fight for the greater good to join with you in this, while refusing to embrace its teachings. You wish it to serve you.
I do not wish you to serve me. No. If anything, we serve each other by protecting the galaxy. The Tau alone cannot fight the Tyranid and win. The Horde is endless. You may win battles, but a single strand of High Fleet Behemoth destroyed a section of humanity's empire, nearly the size of your entire empire. Similarly, though, it struck huge swaths from our galaxy as well, are part of it. We barely held off Behemoth, and now I hear that there are new fleets coming.
The Leviathan.
Juno nods. And the Kraken, which scoured my world.
The Kraken is nigh on dead. Something we should all give thanks for.
Indeed, though as Behemoth has taught us, the bulk of a fleet dying does not mean it is defeated, not forever. We'll be dealing with splinters of those two for centuries, perhaps ever. But now Leviathan comes, stronger than both combined.
Yax nods. I believe in your conviction. And truly, now I say this, I believe you do have at your heart the seed of the greater good. There is no need in prolonging this. You have my word as On El reacts. Supreme guide of the expeditionary fleets. That should you be able to convince those of mankind as you convince me, I shall speak to them. We shall be able to form a truce. But I know, Juno, you come now alone. You do not come with the authority of Lord Admiral Carmilla von Meyer, or the Inquisitor Reeve, or the Inquisitor Mero. It is you and your husband. So, convince those on your side. Bring them to this table, and you shall have your truce.
That's all I can ask. Thank you. It brings my heart great joy to know that there is at least a chance of peace. a chance that we will not all find ourselves torn apart by this new threat while we are at each other's throats.
Dying serves no purpose, not in this way. While the worlds may dying serves no purpose, not when it is in this way. When we join our hands, when we fight all as one against the wickedness of chance, against the tyranny of evil men and hungry monsters. That is the core of the greater good. And while you may not embrace it as we do, to join battle together in its sake, she smiles at you. And you can just feel the force of the smile. That is the first step in joining the Imperium of Man and Empire of the Tau. In letting this war end not just here, but in all the worlds. And forming perhaps not an empire of one or the other, but a federation of good. An alliance of righteousness and hope.
That is certainly a goal worth fighting for. I pray those back on our world to listen to the wisdom of it. For they face annihilation if they do not.
Reacts, nods again. Some matters are already in motion, and even I cannot halt them. But while you go about this, I will see to it that no new offenses are launched. No new offensives are launched. No more worlds will be brought to battle. And even the comers of the third sphere under Shadow Sun, they shall heed this. But you shall only have so long, and should you falter, we will have no choice but to fight anew, till all those that live here know the greater good, either by choice in our alliance of hope, or by force in the Empire of Tau.
And so be it. I believe I have a line on the Inquisitors nearby, at least. The Lady Sector may take a bit longer, but with luck and steadfastness, he will listen to me.
You spoke of an exchange of command stuff. Should you wish it, and you believe it will help you in this, I will give you Endeavor.
Juno is going to glance at Narcia, representative of the Inquisition here.
Depends, really depends. Juno, how do you think Reeve would take it? Actually, Merz, how do I think Reeve would take it?
That's a much better question.
Not very well, I assume. This whole plan, this doesn't
Go
really...
ahead and just make a scrutiny roll, I guess. Let's
Scrutiny, you say? Scrutiny,
Yeah.
you know what's funny about
Let's-
scrutiny?
let's use that to see how well do you actually know Reeve.
Hang on a second, let me check my special ability here. It does not work for scrutiny, so I guess I use a fate point to make that in the 5 degrees success.
Yes, that would make it into 5. Yeah. He would see it as an opportunity to destabilize the Tau. Like, he would only be okay with her being around if you were trying to actively turn her into a weapon, like some way to undermine and fuck with their command structure. Hit her with the hacking mind control so that when you inevitably face them in battle, you can drop a trigger word and she orders all of her troops to shoot each other. If you do that, or at least if you convince him that you are trying to do that, yeah, you can probably get away with her being around.
So, what would he think about having her around to use as a weapon against chaos?
He wouldn't be happy. He'd need some convincing as to how exactly you're doing that. But if you can present arguments in that, he would probably accept it eventually.
I assume Mayor would be all up for that. We barely know the man, but this seems like his
We're
kind
literally
of thing.
executing Mayor's plan in the first place.
I know,
was-
which is
yeah.
the worst part about this whole thing.
Yeah, that is literally what Mercury told you Meryl's plan was.
Yeah, I feel like Mayor is
we're
just
just playing into
automatically
his
onboarded
hand.
on everything we're doing here. Like, we're gonna have to spend like an hour and a half of real time convincing Reeve of this shit. We're gonna go to Mayor and just like fist bump. We did it, bro.
Oh, God damn it. Okay. Then there's the other Inquisitor. The sister.
Look, even they didn't mention Amy Jean. They were just like, yeah, no fucking hope there.
Yeah, there's no hope there. So we can get one Inquisitor aboard, the other potentially aboard. We have the overall commander of this theater on board because we got his brother. And then there's the other question: what we could have Captain Endeavor with us. If we had her with us, and she was alive and unharmed, it would prove to the Tau that we're willing to put money where our mouth is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think I'm gonna take the chance. God damn, I think I'm gonna take that chance.
So, gonna give Juno the nod.
Not.
Juno will turn back to the Tau. I would be happy to have her company, and I swear we will return her unharmed.
I am certain she will be of any use. She will be of use in any dealings you have with her father's forces.
Father's forces. Fuck.
And now Endeavor just looks really awkward.
Oh, I look really awkward. Like,
I see. I imagine that would indeed be quite helpful.
There is one final matter that I would ask of you.
Please.
As I have given to you my word that no future offensives shall be launched, would ask you attempt to limit them. And Juno, I believe you are a friend of the inquisitorial agent Mercury.
Yes, indeed.
Your main there is an insurrection on some of the worlds we have taken. I have cause to believe he is behind it. If you have the ability, make him stop that fighting. It is costing lives on both sides. And while there is sense to it if we were to resume, if this war is between us is to continue.
I understand. Until this moment, I was under the impression Mercury was dead. He certainly hasn't returned any of my messages. But I will go through his lord and do all I can to bring him to heel, as I will do for a man you call Commander Wolf.
Agreeable. I would not, well, it may not be truly Mercury, but in the past month, one who we have cause to believe is him, instituted insurrections on 4 worlds in the center of our in the center of our occupation. Delos, Corellia, Thera, and Esiam have all risen as one.
Does it sound like Lord Mayor's acolytes modus operandi, yes. Though,
They usually do it just to our people.
indeed. Though him being on 4 worlds at once is surprising. Perhaps he has acolytes of his own. As I said, I will do what I can to bring an end to it.
And if you can do as much, I will put word out to the Krut attacks in Orar. They will have begun their assaults by the time my messages arrive, but I will see to it that they withdraw from your agri-worlds.
Thank you.
No. Thank you. We have attempted many times. You are the first who is hearing our requests in honesty, and who has a goal beyond tricking us and making us vulnerable to attack. You are uniquely honest among your people. At least those of your people with the authority to speak as you do.
I only wish the vagaries of the warp had not kept me for so long in this place. Much bloodshed was allowed without any hope of peace, but now I am here and a threat looms close to unite us. I pray the opportunity is not wasted by either side.
Mm. As shall I. Oh. Oh, Poro. Share. Let us make Lady Juno's life easy. Share the military information we have as to the locations of those she might need to find and speak to. And now I get to show you the updated sector map.
Yay!
So you can see the Tau have lost a lot of worlds, and have also opened another front.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming.
I think you should be able to see the names of all of the little tokens.
Fortunately, no Reeve and Mayor, but it seemed like they were in transit in the first place, so...
Yes, I think I can just drop them on Moab.
Excellent.
I'm surprised they're actually doing their job and attacking the Xenos for one.
Well, good. Just need to convince these two nerds, and by that I mean Reeve, and then get Felix to go dick down Von Meyer, and we're good.
You'll probably also need to get Jacques.
Flame
on board.
Falcons. If somehow think that the Space Marines that are literally on fire are probably more influential than all the other ones combined.
Listen, if we go and poke the Space Marines and tell them that the Chaos Space Marines are coming, I think they can be convinced to drop what they're doing and go fight Chaos Space Marines.
That is true, they're specifically there to counter them. Holy shit, the Flame Falcons are the direct counter to Chaos Space Marines.
They're giant glowing beacons of purity. Go rub yourself on Chaos, please.
Oh god. Merz? Just to get
Yes?
my thing straight. Humanity, even from the dawn of time, we were always aggressive against aliens. It wasn't like before the Imperial Truth we were kind of working with them, right?
Yeah. Before the Age of Strife, there were instances of cooperation and coexistence and treaties.
And there were a lot of friendly space aliens that, there were some that we even intermarried with and stuff like that. And then the Word Bearer showed up, and then those planets don't exist anymore.
Okay, then absolutely sure Narcia doesn't know about that.
I mean, actually,
Was it the Word
As far as
Bearer?
Narcia knows, humanity has always been hostile, right?
anyway, let me have a look at Narcia's forbidden laws. Specifically, does she have Horus Heresy?
No, she's not that enlightened.
Okay, then yeah. With forbidden laws, she has she would know. Yeah, there are the occasional things of humans found that have connections with Xeno, that they have in some way managed to live together, but it's clearly abhorrent and weird. It's definitely not the norm.
Of course, humanity has always been murdering aliens as soon as it found them, and he's been working great for us.
However, I would also think, given the sheer number of forbidden laws Narcia has, she would be aware of where she doesn't know stuff. Like, for instance, she doesn't know that much about the Great Crusade and the Age of Strife, and of course, she knows the existence of the heresy, but doesn't know any significant details about it. So there may be things she's missing.
What about Eloa?
Sure thing. I slapped the Quest for Knowledge button.
That's all I want to
Okay.
know. If humanity was ever friendly towards aliens.
Yes, hugely. Before the Age of Strife, yeah, there were humans who integrated into alien societies, aliens who integrated into human societies, things that were just happy cooperation and cohabitation of the galaxy.
Oh god,
In some cases, it went far enough as to, well, actually melding their gene lines, though these days there is no confirmation as to whether that was actual interbreeding or just genetic manipulation to conjoin them. There were, during the Great Crusade even, a handful of alien protectorates, though they were only, by the Emperor's word, temporary things, and after the heresy they were all burnt to nothing. Yeah, there is a lot of prior time in history where humanity was nicer than it is today.
Oh, that's even more painful for me to know, but thank you.
Tell Juno that too. She'd appreciate knowing.
Yeah, no, that is something I'm gonna share with the class.
I mean, I guess I'll prepare another report then.
Good. Poor mommy.
God
And
damn.
I'll write it down this time.
In fact, Ella, one of the things you've seen, one of the things Eloa knows about is this persistent rumor among ancient historians. None of them have ever found proof of it. No one has ever been able to source it. But there are just this ongoing rumor that at some point during the Dark Age of Technology, mankind had dictated truce terms to the Orcs, and the Orcs all agreed. And there was just a time when the Orcs did not fight humans.
Really? Damn.
Fuck?
That is a slightly meta joke, yeah, because that's a thing that is passed around the 40k lore communities. No one knows which book it comes from, but all of a lot of grognards say it very authoritatively. So yeah, Eloa is familiar with historiators and archivists who say that very authoritatively.
They cannot cite their sources, but they do say it authoritatively.
Indeed. What? However, there is some reason to believe it, at least a bit. The War of the Beast was one of the opening acts of it. Were Orcish diplomats coming to Terra and issuing a formal declaration of war?
What the?
I'm not joking. That happened.
It's
Fascinating.
amazing!
And they were actual proper diplomats and observed diplomatic niceties.
Before they just went, whoa! It's fucking magical.
Yeah. So far, no one has produced any rumors that the Tyranids can be diplomacied with, but you know, at least according to some members of the historical guilds and the record keepers, at some point, humanity just negotiated a truce with orcs. How far both races have fallen since, it is quite remarkable.
This is a dark past.
Yep.
Oh. You're gonna have a lot of new and exciting facts about human history to teach both the captain, Amy, Endeavor. Heck, maybe even Ceiko. Why not? Hey, Ceiko, you know that humanity was friendlier in the past. Well, now you do. And Baltus.
Baltus snores.
He has been sucked into unconsciousness.
This is the finest time for me to have a conversation with him. He's not very likely to explode when he's sleeping.
He folded his arms and leaned over and fell asleep on his wife's tits.
So better leave those two alone. Give him some privacy.
So yeah, I guess we pack up Endeavor and go?
Is your father? Your father's forces.
Mm. Yes, by blood, Commander Wraithblade is my sire.
Shash or Wraithblade.
I'm exceedingly glad
That's
we
nice
did
ring.
not cause you to explode over left terminally.
Oh, he would not have held it against you.
He really should be though. It would have been such a dick move.
If someone kills my children, I'm going to hunt them to the ends of the earth. And possibly beyond the
And
realms of the
beyond.
galaxy.
Yeah, no, that's what worries me. You literally go into the eye itself.
Mm. Well, we do not have as firm a familial bond as you do. Well, he is my father by blood. I was raised in a collective crash, as all children of the greater good are.
Wow.
Though the Aun seemed to think that he would listen to you.
It's kind of like a skull, I come to think of it.
He did have a greater fondness to me than most parents did in the crash. He visited almost every day when he was within the sept. The others, those who had blood parents alive, came every week or every month.
He sounds like a good man.
It does.
He is. Well, I am biased to no small degree.
And he might be as well, which is my whole point.
Indeed. Less so than if we were human, but still to an extent.
Good. Well,
Hmm.
I hope I get the chance to meet the man. Now, though, it seems we should return to the ship and get back underway. We have dignitaries to convince.
Oh, God, that's gonna be.
Mayor should be easy. Reeve will take some
Mayor's
convincing.
already on board. Ah, no, it's... Reeve is doable. Mayor, yes. What would we say to Jacques? What do we say to Jacques?
Chaos Space Marines are coming. Go fight them instead.
That I hope that works. And I hope that no other snooping inquisitors decide to make our life difficult, like one that has been stalking us.
Oh yes, I'm absolutely sure Jacques will listen to Amy fucking Jal over us. I'm sure he adores
Endeavor.
her.
There's just so many. We're gonna have some very interesting and long conversations.
Well, that is the story of my life, at least since Schindelgeist. So, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, long, interesting conversations have been your whole career.
Well, I suppose this is about time for the captain to formally introduce you into the crew.
Sorry, who are you saying that to?
Endeavor's coming with us, right?
Yes.
Well, welcome to the crew. Oh
Yes,
god.
indeed. I'll make sure you get some more comfortable permanent quarters.
And Amy at some point is gonna come and is going to try to convince you to do close quarters combat classes.
I mean, in the battlesuit, she'd probably survive.
But you saw what it did to the Space Marine with the training sword.
I have some aptitude with a knife.
Don't tell her that. I'll only encourage her. Pretend to be completely clueless.
Yes, my
Understood.
Amy disemboweled a space marine with a stick once.
She's very excitable. Don't hold it against her. I mean, if you've probably heard what she was up to when she was on the other ship. She's very excitable.
Yes, she. I heard a lot of Captain Coldstrife's complaining after you returned him to us.
Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, other than that, the other thing I want to stress is that we, the crew right here, is probably the friendliest thing upon the entire ship. Everyone else is going to be giving you the stink eye, so just bear that in mind.
Yes, most of our crew was recruited from Bane Moor after the siege there, but still, they're coming around. I've like to think I've been a good influence.
Well, if anyone could be, I expect it would be you, Miss
Juno.
Radiant with Faith.
Just Juno is fine. But thank you. So, let us be off then.
Holy shit.
Alright. And now we will actually call it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
Oh
wild.
god, it's 1 a.m.
Yep.
Yes. Yes, it is. Holy shit.
But we did the big anxiety-inducing part, so I'm happy. Get up into the crew slot, Endeavor. Welcome to the team.
Oh my god.
Big Titty Tau GF finally acquired.
Oh, wait,
Amazing.
is Dory also on the crew?
Yes.
It's amazing.
Frankly, all I need in
Oh,
type
we're
of life.
so fucking heretical.
Look, it's 2 Inquisitors signed off on this plan already, okay? It's not heresy if the Inquisition says it's not.
I wonder what the Elder have been doing this whole time.
You know, we should go talk to the Eldar and invite them to join the new Federation of Planets.
Yeah, we should, just so they can refuse it, and we can be like, after 30 or so years, huh? We offered you an invitation. You could have taken it. You wanna run off and be dickheads on your own? Fine. It's not a problem
Hey,
then.
go fucking Scrimshaw Abaddon's spine, assholes.
Alright. So, did you explore a new and interesting location?
Yes, we went to a whole new planet.
Yeah. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
Yeah, we learned a bunch of Tau ethereals and some stuff about the good old Commander Endeavor here.
I learned that humanity didn't always hate aliens.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you definitely did develop a relationship with an important NPC. Not as developed as the NPC wanted, but it's okay.
I'm sorry I had to friend zone you, Endeavor.
She'll get Narcia to be spaghetti eventually.
Eventually.
Did you discover a new page in the PC's story?
Yeah, fucking ultra diplomat
Go
Juno.
pop the question.
Also, Ceiko proposed.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you advanced your investigations. You have the supreme authority of the Tau signing off on your truce, or at least the supreme authority in this theater. So, 2 for the XP.
Oh my fucking god.
Yep. So Merz, can I
Yes.
perhaps argue for a fate for opening up diplomatic negotiations with the Tau and also executing a flawless exchange of, what was it, 20,000 something troops? That's, 20 regiments of the Imperial Guard-ish.
4.
What?
Imperial Guard regiments. 20 at the high end, 4 at the low end. They tend to range from like 1 to 5,000 normally. Sometimes even as high as 10,000 men per regiment.
And Caiaphas Cain lied to me. He had like 1,000 people in his. And it was reinforced.
It was reinforced out of 2 shattered regiments.
Yeah, but they got double reinforcements every time they were reinforced because a bookkeeping error made both regiments still exist.
Well, yeah.
Eh.
This is going by an old guard codex. Was 3 to 5 is the 3 to 5,000 is the normal regiment size.
I guess Valhounds are just tiny. But anyway, still, it's a bunch of Imperial Guardsmen. But more importantly, Tau diplomatic ties and getting a head pat by the town.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. On El Riax does like you.
So is that a yes?
No.
Oh.
It's a very good step towards it. Now convince the Imperial side.
Man.
Yeah, that's... See, it's easy to get the Tau to talk. But how are we gonna get our side to talk?
I'm already like halfway there.
And most important of all, how do we do this whole thing without horrifically maiming and scarring this poor innocent flower? I know Endeavor is probably a grizzled badass war veteran by their standards that has seen the fires of war in multiple areas of war, but is he really ready for the tender ministrations of the Inquisition?
Yeah, well, we can say what we want about all of this, but all of what we're doing right here and all of the quote unquote tender mercies pales in comparison to what's coming in the
Yeah, that is true. We
13th
are
Black
Yeah.
Crusade.
yeah.
All right.
This is baby like compared to everything else, but yeah, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for Savin.
So can I get a temp fate?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm like 7 hours ahead.
I will accept this.
There you go. Good
Yeah.
job, Savin.
And if you do get the like all of the Imperial guys to agree to it, well, honestly, at that point, that's probably the campaign.
Yay!
I mean,
I,
it's
I, unless you particularly want to, well, I guess we could play out the Cadian War, but yeah, that's like the the overall conflict of the campaign resolved if you get the Imperium to stop fighting the Tau here.
Yep. And
Oh
instead
my
of a final
God.
boss
And then-
fight, we get a final dialogue challenge with fucking Reeve that lasts 4 hours. It'll be great.
and then we the epilogue is us linking up with Grand Admiral Spire and going off to war.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Convincing Reeve is not going to be the hardest part. Even
Yeah.
convincing Von Meyer is not going to be the hardest part. It's going to be
Tilted there.
convincing like the hardliners and so on in like Zhao to go through with it rather than just execute all of you for treason.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tilpin has just been
And
itching
if-
all these years.
And if we all die, then we just play Necromunda. Whamp
Look.
whamp.
if Shaw wants to come and actually attempt to execute us, I mean, good luck, lady.
Doesn't she have the Battlefleet Gothic though?
No, we have Battlefleet Gothic.
She has quite a bit of influence with it. She got the Mechanicus. Well, she, as a former sororita and most affiliated with the ecclesiarchy, did get the Mechanicus to come and blow up a prison world.
The Mechanicus, the Sororitas. I see.
Look, I
Yeah.
too am a sororitas with pure
the
Mechanicus,
first-
okay?
Alright. Well. Thank
Yeah.
you very much for running, Merzendi.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, I had to peace out for like an hour.
It's all right. I'm glad you sleuths had fun.
Fun times as always, indeed. And if you're watching on the stream or YouTube,
Yeah.
thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for 70. Till then, adios and do take care.